There we are.
I want to call the meeting to order. This meeting is in compliance with the open meeting law and has been posted. We are live on KSLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m. and the following Monday at midnight, Tuesday at 5 a.m. and Thursday at 6 p.m. Would everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Truesdale.
Present.
Vice Chair Evans.
Present.
Commissioner Goins.
Present.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn. Here. Commissioner Flangus.
Here.
Commissioner Moody. Excused.
He is excused. All right. To the public, I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning actions and appeals and review process if appropriate. Please note that due to the City Hall closure of December 27th through the 31st, the appeal period for tonight's meetings will be extended to January 3rd of 2011. Furthermore, due to the closure of the city offices on Fridays beginning in January of 2011, the appeal period for Planning Commission meetings that have been rescheduled to Tuesday nights will be extended to the Monday following the 10th day, which is a Friday. Please read these rules carefully, and if you participate, please show respect to everybody here. Can we have a motion on the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move for approval of the final minutes of the Special Joint Planning Commission meeting and the City Council meeting of September 20th, 2010, actually the Joint Planning Commission meeting of September 20th and the Planning Commission meeting of November 18th. My motion would be for approval of the minutes.
Any comments, abstentions? Please cast your vote. Any items from the Planning Commission staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Do we have any housekeeping items?
Mr. Chairman, item number 22, the applicant has requested this item be obeyed to the January 25th, 2011 Planning Commission meeting. Item 30, the applicant has requested this item be stricken.
Items 22 and items 30.
Item 30 was to be stricken.
And the date again, please, on the abeyance on number 22 is to January.
January 25th.
Motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move for the abeyance and the item to be stricken as read into the record by staff.
Any other comments? There's a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that is approved. We're going to take a moment now, since we don't have any consent items, and the Planning Commission would like to take a moment to thank Director Wheeler for her service, for her time with us, and for her motherly care, her nurturing ability. I mean, she does it all for the Planning Commission, and we can't say enough about how much time and effort she's given to the city of Las Vegas and helped us all look better at our job. We only have to come here for a couple hours, and they make sure everything happens. And Margot has been an incredible example as a director for many, 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 many years, like
9.
like I've lost count how many years. But so we wanted, this isn't to get crazy, but the Planning Commission does have a token of our appreciation for Margot to take to her new job with her. And, you know, she won't be able to remember or forget Las Vegas, so we've all...
Wow. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Well, thank you very much.
And we've zoned all of these items since she's been on the commission.
Even though they're not in the city.
Well, thank you very much. Heavens. How about we wait until the end?
Okay. So now we're going to go on to our one motion, one vote. One motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing items and non-public hearing items will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request that this item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item 6, ZON 40051, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner Nevada Power Company. Item 7, ZON 40052, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner Nevada Power Company. Item 8, ZON 40053, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner Nevada Power Company. Item 9, SUP 39963, applicant owner Foster Day, Inc., to reestablish an abandoned car wash and self-service use with waivers to allow the opening of the wash bays to face public right-of-way. Item 10, SUP 40087, applicant owner Great Wash Park, LLC, for a supper club with a waiver to allow a 141-foot distance separation from City Park where 400 feet is required. Item 11, SUP 40143, applicant Strutton, owner Expertise Cosmetology Institute, LLC, for a general retail store other than listed. Item 12, MSP 40230, applicant Young Electric Sign Company, owner Great Wash Park, LLC, for an approved mixed-use development. These items were advertised as public hearing. Anybody wish to speak on these items or have these pulled from this portion of the agenda, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, I will be pulling number 9.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just want to let you, on number 11, you said strut in, and in my neighborhood, we call it strutting.
I missed that day at school. If we have your name for the record.
Yes, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Mr. Chairman, on number 9, does it meet the current?
We're going to pull that from, so we'll hear that one separately. Yes, ma'am.
I'm here on number 9 also.
Okay, so
a gel van.
Okay, give us 1 minute and we'll get right to that. Okay, so if there are no other comments, we'll close the public hearing. Can we have a motion on items 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12?
Mr. Chairman, items 6, 7, 8, 10... I'm sorry. Yes?
But, well, and I was just going to comment regarding item number 10. It's a request for a supper club and a waiver of the distance separation between a public park and a business that will sell alcohol. The public park that they're referring to is Angel Park Golf Course, which itself is a liquor license holder. And this is for a supper club in conjunction with a major development up on Alta and Rampart. So I'm going to be supporting it, but I just wanted to clarify that the public park is really a golf course that already has liquor, so it's not a major issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the
Commissioner Evans.
On items 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12, on the one motion, one vote portion of our agenda, the staff is recommending approval, and my motion would be to follow their recommendation and approve these items accordingly.
Okay. Motion is for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And those are approved.
Items 6, 7, and 8 will go forward to the City Council on January 19th, and 10, 11, and 12 with final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Number 9, SUP 39963, applicant owner Foster Day, Inc. Staff.
Mr. Chairman, this application is a request for special use permit to reestablish an abandoned car wash pursuant to Title 1916-030. The existing car wash lost its nonconforming status after the discontinuation of business operations for over 1 year. Because the car wash no longer maintains its legal nonconforming status, the applicant is required to obtain a special use permit with waivers that address the existing physical layout. Staff recommends approval of this request with conditions. If denied, the subject site may not operate as a car wash self-service facility.
Is the applicant here on this item? Please come forward.
Roger Foster.
Okay.
I represent the Foster Day Corporation.
Okay, and you've read all of staff's conditions. You're in approval with them, right?
I am.
Okay. This item was listed as a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward. We'll give you a chance to respond to any comments.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. I was just wondering if it meets the current standards as to a car wash. That's all I want to know.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Adele Van. I actually live right behind the car wash. The car wash touches my block wall, and so does the drying area of the car wash. Extensive noise from the other car wash that was there disrupted my life considerably. I did send in a letter, and these are, I oppose the special use permit for Foster Car Wash for several reasons. The extreme noise from the actual car wash equipment, the extreme noise from car stereos, the extreme noise from people talking and kids screaming, the lack of privacy when in my own backyard. The few trees are short and planted 15 feet apart, providing no sound or visual barrier. The few mature trees do not provide a visual or a sound barrier. However, the pine cone needles from the mature trees do blow into my backyard and swimming pool almost daily, costing me $1,500 a year for weekly cleanup on the pine cone tree needles. If a 10-foot block wall was constructed, providing privacy, sound, and visual protection for my family, I would not oppose the request for the special use permit. I've attached photos, and I'm sure you have. The photo you're looking at right now of the blue, that's my block, my gray and white two-story house that you're looking at right behind the blue drying area. And as you can tell, the mature trees do not provide a visual privacy or noise barrier or anything. People dry their car right there at my block wall, making all kinds of sounds. I've had children climb the block wall and go in my swimming pool. It's just been a nuisance. The original car wash was a nuisance for well over 10 years, and even now that there's a Foster Day car wash sign out in front on Alta, 7501 Alta, says it's opening in February. Now my question is, how could they get a permit to open without first getting a permit for the special use permit? I mean, it seems like everything is a go, but nobody in the neighborhood really did approve this. Only one other house besides mine, the people have lived there longer than what the car wash has.
Ma'am,
Any questions? I'll be
I'm
glad
not,
to answer.
I'm not sure why you see a sign out there now, but
Okay.
I can assure you, we have not
This-
approved anything
Okay.
as of yet.
The sign on 7501 Alta says Foster Day Car Wash opening February 2011. There's been major construction and reconstruction in there every single day. I'm not complaining about the noise. I realize that they are trying to do the public a service, but it seems like the car wash has been a go for 2 months now.
Okay.
Thank you. Any questions?
Not yet.
My name is William Klump. I live on 500 Anatolia Lane. It's the first house behind the car wash. It was that last photo, actually. I just had questions as in, is it only going to be a car wash? Is it going to end up being a smog check place or anything of that nature? The hours of operation, is it going to be 24 hours or is it going to be closed at 9 p.m.? Is there going to be a gate or something to keep from people from going in? Is it going to be open on Sunday? You know, it's a family neighborhood. I want to know if it was going to be open on Sunday. In the walls, my wall is about 4.5 to 5.5 feet high, and it's people are looking over the wall all the time to use the restroom on the wall. I want to know if he's going to put a porta potty or something in there, because I have 5 children. I can't have people looking on the wall at my children. Those are my concerns. Mainly, if you could put the wall higher, they cut down the sound, but more than anything, people looking over the wall when they're peeing on my wall.
Excuse me, sir, what was your name?
Klump, K-L-U-M-P,
Mr. Klump.
and my address is 500 Anatolia Lane. It's
Thank
the
you.
first house on Alta. And that's it. Hours, if he could put in a bathroom, would be, I wouldn't have people looking over my wall, urinating. And other than that, the car wash seems, was a car wash. Having a car wash again is not bad. I'm just worried about how late he's going to be open up at night. Okay, that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Right. Anybody else wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Stay, I'll give you a chance to respond to any of the comments.
I can appreciate somebody being backed up to a car wash. I guess if it was me, I wouldn't like it either. But I talked to the councilwoman prior to purchasing the property that was been vacated for approximately 2 years, and I had to buy it without the option of because the bank owned it, and they wouldn't give me the option to go up to zoning and see if I could get approved for it or not. But first of all, about the noise and the hours and stuff. The hours are going to operate the same as they were when it was operating for the last 12 years or 13 years. In 2 years it's been down. It's been there 15 years. The vacuums, which is probably the biggest noise maker, because the spray guns, they make a little noise, but a car going down the street makes more noise than that. The vacuums that were there were original, so they were like 15 years old. The vacuums right now are 50%, 40% more quiet than the ones that they had in there. I'm reducing it from 2 automatics to 1 automatic, and another generator of the noise would be the dryer. And there'll be new motors going in that. I asked, and Ryko's out there today, and yes, I've been moving forward because once I got staff's recommendation, it's going to take another month or 45 days or even 2 months to get it fully operational. I've revamped the whole landscaping, and as far as people maybe using the restroom there, the landscapers and the cleanup crew took no less than like 3 55-gallon barrels of wine bottles, beer bottles, and alcoholic beverages off that property. There was a ton of graffiti. The walls right now, they're showing spotted, but we were just taking off the graffiti. I painted all the walls, painted the whole car wash. We're going to blacktop the asphalt. The trees and the pine cones, if you don't water a pine tree, it's gonna shed its needles. I think they do a certain amount every year, but with watering them, that's definitely going to decrease. I can't say it will be non-existent, but that's what the plans and that's what the staffers wanted to see is the original landscape go back in. So you can see along the east side there, the trees are trimmed a little bit, and I just put the new ones in. I put 15-gallon pine trees in, and hopefully in a period of time they'll grow back. The one lady that came up here, she's in the farthest corner, and by that blue canopy there are no vacuums over there or anything. All I'm in front of the council here is to reopen. I did talk to Roy, and the conversation, I wasn't quite sure, and I do have video surveillance there, and I said I'd put a video camera on it. Now I understand we want to raise the block. I think 10 feet is excessive. In Roy's case, putting a block, and I offered that I'd do a block right to the street, put one course on, but if we start going up, several feet, because Roy's property is four feet lower than mine already, so on his side, the fence is high. Probably, Roy, how tall is yours in your backyard if you stand? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. William,
we
how
can't,
tall is it?
excuse me, if you're going to speak, you have to be at the podium. We can't.
I'd say it's about 7 feet, maybe 8 feet in his backyard, because when I looked over, I didn't have a measuring stick. But on my side, it's 5 feet, just shy of 5 feet. I don't know, in his property, if people are using the restroom, which I don't deny that they're not, I'm thinking, but they'd have to walk out, because his is right on Alta. His house is on Alta, so they'd have to walk from anywhere in the thing and go right out onto the street, which is against what I would think somebody would do. I would think they'd go back in a corner or even stay in the bay or do something, but, I understand the concerns. In your case, you moved in with the car wash existing there, though, because you closed in 98.
Please direct your comments to the
Okay,
board.
you closed in public records show that you closed in 98, so the car wash would have been there for almost 2 years prior to him moving in. I will do everything within my power to make sure that we keep it quiet, and we do have the electronic gates that will come on at 7 and close at 10. I will have signage on the property. I'll put signage, no loud music, to accommodate that. And we do have it videoed. I have it 24 hours. I can see it wherever I'm at. I can see the car wash in its operation. Not that can stop anything, but if I see a behavior that's happening at a certain time, or if a neighbor or William comes up to me and say, hey, this is happening at this time, I can get it on video. Usually my MO is just to warn the person the first time. Second time, I call the police, 311, and have them trespassed or have them kicked off the property.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Quinn.
Mr. Foster, I pulled this from the one motion, one vote, because the subject and the request is for the wash bays to face public rights-of-way to allow 0-foot distance separation from a residential property where a minimum of 200 feet is required, and to allow the use not to be operated in conjunction with another motor vehicle-related use at 7501 Alta Drive. And as I was going through my paperwork, and I read your justification letter signed by you, you have that your hours of operation are going to be from 7 in the morning to 10 p.m., which is a total of 15 hours. You also asked about the opening bays to be existing towards the street, that the use must be within the 200 feet of the residential property. And what really caught my eye and made me a little bit suspicious of what you're requesting is that you would like to do smog checks there as well. And then number 10, you said that an attendant must be on premises at all times the equipment is operating, which you put down 6 hours when you're going to be open 15 hours. So I have two things here, and they're contradicting each other. So here's the deal. Okay, the car wash certainly can remain open, but it can't remain open till 11 o'clock at night when your neighbors are directly behind you. So if you want to do something from 7 to 7, I mean, I think that would be fair. But I drove around to the west side of the property where there's facing Buffalo. You've already got a company there doing smog checks and doing small repairs.
I'm not asking for a small check.
What?
I'm not asking for a small check.
Well, it says right here in your justification letter you
The
are.
justification letter, but if you look at what we're going forward with here, it says not in cooperation with any other
Okay, well, there won't be
automotive.
anything else going on there but the car wash.
That is
So,
correct.
okay. So here's the thing, and then you said that you're going to have an attendant there 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, but when I add up the hours that you want to operate, that's 15 hours. So you're missing a lot of, some hours there with nobody on the site. So I see that this car wash should open back up, and I think that it's going to make the neighborhood look better and cleaned up. It's been there for a long time. But you can't slip things in there that aren't, made public to us and made public to your nice neighbors. And so here's what I'm offering you is that if you want to be open 7 days a week, I say 7 in the morning till 7 at night, Monday through Friday and Saturday. Sunday, maybe 10 to 7, because people want a little sleep. And then I absolutely mandate that you have someone on the premises at all times, not 6 hours, not half the day, not a little camera zipping around because the third time you're going to call 311. Somebody needs to be on that property. So I have a lot of concerns with this because what you asked us for and what you're requesting are two different things. And had I not gone through it, I would have just let it go through the one motion, one vote, and it would have been here nor there. So this is what I suggest. I suggest that you...
Is that in the form of a motion?
This is the form of my motion. My motion
Chairman,
Can I
is...
speak to it first?
1 second.
Mr. Chairman, I need to make a disclosure.
I'm just still concerned about a restroom. If he's going to have a tenant there 10, 12, 15 hours.
Yeah, you got to
I
have
mean,
you got to have somewhere for
porta
these
potty or
people to go to the
something, yeah.
bathroom. I mean, you have to...
We are going to close public hearing. Thank you.
Can I tell you?
Before you make your motion, Commissioner Goins?
Mr. Chairman, I need to make a disclosure. I've known Mr. Foster for a number of years. My wife and his wife have worked for a number of years in the mortgage division. They now work for separate companies, and so out of abundance of caution, I just wanted to disclose that, but I feel confident in voting on this item.
Okay. So I believe that you should have a 2 porta potties, male and female, or on the property, and that they should be cleaned out every 30 days like regular. That's my first thing to add. That the hours of operation will be Monday through Saturday from 7 in the morning until 9 p.m. at night. Sunday it will be open from 9 in the morning until 7 at night. And most importantly, that you will have an attendant on the property during all business hours. So those are my 3 added conditions. And in this day and age, unfortunately, if we don't watch what we're doing, we're going to have nothing but problems. And that's just the way I feel.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Evans?
I understand the concerns, but I'm also concerned that as a self-serve car wash, people often will go earlier in the morning than 9 or 10 a.m. on the weekend, and if you require an attendant there for the full time that it's open, I would suspect it would never work from a business plan. My concern, and I think I share your concern, Commissioner Quinn, is how do we mitigate any noise issues for the surrounding neighbors? And I'm wondering if it wouldn't be more palatable to perhaps change out some of the vacuums to the silent ones, or even shut them down after a specific time. But my thinking is if you had to pay someone per hour and all the fringe and and, Social Security and all that other stuff, it probably wouldn't work for a business. So I'm not sure how that works out, and I'm wondering if perhaps as much as I would be reluctant to do this, Commissioner Quinn, maybe you'd consider holding this and allowing the applicant to work with the surrounding neighbors and whomever to come up with a better business solution, because I just don't see that working.
I don't have a problem with that, but I will tell you that in my neighborhood, I'm not going to name the location, they went from no service people to a car wash where you put your money in and off you go. And I'm telling you, the thing has never worked right. You're always going in to get your money back. It's a disaster. And I stand firm that there needs to be an attendant on this property while it's operating. So if you want to hold it for 30 days and have a meeting with me and some of your neighbors, that would be fine. But as it sits right now, you will not see my approval on this application.
Well, before we hold it, let's ask the applicant, are you willing to accept some reduced hours over, I mean, I think 10 o'clock at night's a little rough.
I appreciate that, but with the economy the way it is, the business right now is 40 to 50% of what it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's these vacant businesses, and car washes is one of them. I've been in the self-serve business. I have 11 car washes right now, and I've been in business 23 years. I am one of the very few self-serve car washes out there that have attendants at all. And the one that in question here, the one on 7501, they had an attendant only 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. So I would be upping that. And as far as the vacuums, I've tore all the equipment out. All the equipment going in is all brand new equipment. None of my self-serve car washes have restrooms. I don't think people go to a self-serve car wash. And I mean, I walk into a lot of facilities that don't have restaurants. In fact, I have the Charleston Car Wash on Charleston and Jones. It's a Foster Day. The two restaurants right next to me being the Chicken Place, Chicken Bucket, and Subway's don't have a restroom in it. So as far as the hours, I'm not asking for any more hours than what was originally there. And if this business wouldn't have went out of business, it would be opened up from 7 to 10 p.m., 7 days a week. It would operate just like it had been operating for the last 15 years. So I'm not asking for anything more than what was originally offered on this, but I think I'm giving more to the neighborhood and to the community, is that because you will have quieter equipment in there, and it will look a lot better than it's looked over the last 5 or 6 years. It already does. Maybe I was presumptuous on putting the sign there, but I'm just trying to build business. If I do open up, that I can give an idea of when the people are driving by, because everybody that used that car wash is using somebody else's car wash right now.
Mr. Foster, did
Yes.
you operate this car wash prior to this, or did you buy it like this?
I bought it completely shut down and
Okay.
vandalized.
Okay.
Sir, no more comments. Okay.
So if you could find it within your powers, I am asking. I mean, and all of my other car washes are open 24/7, and 3 of them do back up to residential. You can look at my records. I've never had a complaint filed against me by any identity or even opinion on my operations or things. And Commissioner Gwynn,
Yes.
as you stated, probably the biggest thing that you need to overcome in a self-serve business is the reliability of the equipment that you use, because you're right, most of them don't work, and most of them people do lose money. And that's something that you need to address, and I think that I do that at all my washes. And you're free, because I do have car washes on all over the city. I got 11 of them. You can look in the phone book, you go use one.
Where's another one close by that one?
Close, Charleston and Jones.
Okay,
It's a
well,
5-bay. I think that's a 6-bay on Alta, and it works good, and it's clean, and you won't lose your money there.
So you do have a restroom on site for your attendant, right?
I do not.
So where does your attendant, I mean,
When he goes to lunch, he goes to the bathroom. Before he comes, he uses the bathroom. I'm not opposed to having a porta potty there, if that's what you want. The only
No, I'm
problem
not
is that
I'm trying to, actually, I guess I'm trying to figure out how you get away with that. I mean,
I don't think you do.
I got a retail deal, they have one employee, and I can't tell you how much I get beat up over a bathroom.
Well,
So,
it's because they're part-time, they're considered part-time and not full-time, but the thing with the porta potties is that that's another issue in itself, because if people, you get the high winds, but if you get the vandalisms come in and they want to do something, it's a mess.
I'm not going to support that we're putting porta potties in retail establishments.
Okay.
For an
I mean,
ongoing basis.
it's a mess in itself.
But, all right. Your motion, you want to change your motion to hold this for 30 days?
I'd like to
And
hold
meet
it
with the applicant and
for
maybe get a little more
30
comfortable?
days to meet with the applicant and to look at your other establishment. I'm just not comfortable for this community and these neighbors that I'm doing the right thing for them. I mean, I would love to do the right thing for you, but that's not what this is about. It's about you being a good neighbor coming into their neighborhood. So,
Commissioner Quinn, before you make the motion, I'm just a couple of quick thoughts. The one woman that spoke that is immediately affected by this, perhaps they can put in some additional trees that don't have pine cones or whatever that would provide an additional level of security, or something could happen with the wall, or maybe there would be some other kinds of considerations they could make to make it more palatable for her, because I think she's the one that's most
Mr. Foster, would you
affected.
be willing to do that? Raise the
If
wall, throw in some more
with
trees?
William over there and her, if they want me to, 10 feet's a little excessive, but, I could put a couple courses on in that corner there, and that's the farthest corner. I'd hate to take out one of those 15-year-old
Well, I'm just thinking not to
trees.
design it here, but at least have a discussion.
We have to have a discussion away from here because we're taking up the time of Margot's last lovely night, and we have other,
All right.
So my motion is to hold it for 30 days, and I know you're not happy with it, but it's a good decision.
Chairman,
Commissioner Torber?
if we're going to hold it 30 days, I would simply offer a word of advice. During that 30-day period, if you would fire up your vacuums and the rest of the equipment that is a source of noise, so that you can show the people that live there that the new equipment that you're putting in does have a significantly reduced
Yeah.
level of noise associated with them. And you're the coin-operated car wash expert in the valley, and I'm sure you know the best equipment to put in, and any type of shrouding that could be placed around those noise generators that might further reduce the noise would be certainly appreciated by the neighbors.
Yeah, I think the
And it just-
neighborhood meeting should be held on your property so we can just check it out.
Some of the other things that were said, while they're significant, trash, people peeping over walls, and outdoor restrooms, that type of situation is not good. But because this particular business has been closed for 2 years, I doubt if those conditions are as a result of the car wash and its operation. It's a result of a vacant business. And I think that your willingness to get involved, to open up a closed business that's been an eyesore in the neighborhood for 2 years is commendable. And I think that I would appreciate you to work with the neighbors and appreciate the neighbors to work with you to get this facility opened and back out there doing something rather than just sitting there and further deteriorating. I think that sound mitigation is something you could address. Block walls with an extra couple of courses. My opinion is that you have to start from the ground up again. You're talking a major undertaking. You just don't lay a couple more layers of block up there and expect the foundation to hold them. First nice
That
wind
would be
comes
my
along,
first concern.
You've got some problems just adding a couple of courses. And then there's a good argument that could be made that wouldn't do much to reduce the noise anyway. The better course of action that can occur to reduce the noise is to do something at the source of the noise, not right there at the edge of your property. So a small structure around with some noise baffling would do wonders, where a block wall would, additional courses on a block wall would just fall over and wouldn't do you any good anyway. So that's something you can address during the next little bit of time if this item passes to hold it.
So is that motion okay with you, Chairman?
It's your motion, that's...
My motion is to hold it for 30 days and for Mr. Foster to meet with his neighbors. I'd like to be contacted and attend that meeting, and I think we can come to a good solution. I know it's not what you wanted to hear tonight, but we got to look out for the neighborhood, so thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, that abeyance would be to your meeting of February 8th. And with regard to the neighborhood meeting, if the maker of the motion concurs, we would request that the applicant work with staff and go through the standard procedure for holding a neighborhood meeting. With regard to notification, selection of location, and the Planning Commission will, of course, be notified.
So if you could exchange phone numbers with
So that is the motion with the added condition, the director. If there are any other comments, questions of the board, please cast your vote.
Chairman,
Yes.
is it a 30-day hold or a 60-day hold? I think I heard,
February is 2 meetings, because we're changing when our meetings are, so that
oh, certainly, okay,
we can't turn it around because of the change in dates.
I understand. Okay, wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Can I speak?
Yeah, I'll give you a second to respond.
Is there any way that that I can that I'll work with these two neighbors right here? And I mean, the concern I understand is, I think it's William, it's a wall with people looking over, but it's more noise with the first lady that came up. Is that any way, can you find that any way possible to do that?
What, to open without talking to them?
No. Does this go to city council if it's approved?
I mean, I have two people in the neighborhood who are protesting it, and I'm saying that, and, you know, I mean, I've been here, I'm in the business 23 years. I will work with them, and I will make it right for both of them. That's what I'm saying.
Before city council?
I'm sorry, what?
Before city council?
Before the city council meeting. That's
Two
the
weeks.
January 19th meeting, or 16th or 19th.
Yeah, I guess my comments is because of the holiday season, because of the changeover in our meetings, what we would say is a 30-day hold ultimately winds up being
60.
Close to 60. I think if we looked at this, and that's strictly, the maker's comment of spelling out conditions, requiring a meeting between now and council, maybe we can move this along and give the neighbors some comfort and still make sure we get what we're concerned about going forward.
That's fine. That's fine because it works for you, but I will tell you,
I will get your phone number. I will talk. I will
I'd
make
like
sure
to
that's
be
right.
involved
I know
in that
I can take
meeting.
care of William over there. I'm not quite sure of the solution, but I'll fire up the VAX. I will do whatever it takes to make them more
well,
comfortable.
you just said in 2 weeks you can have the solution, so let's see what you can do.
Okay.
If I may then, the proposed conditions would read that, the proposed revised conditions would be that the hours of operation would be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 9 to 7 Saturday and Sunday. As
would
I
like
understand it, that a portable
7 to 10.
restroom shall be installed on site. A representative shall be on site at all times of operation. And an additional condition with regard to the landscaping, and something that staff frankly overlooked, is that the landscaping shall be replaced to meet all code requirements, subject to the approval of the planning and development staff. Those are the conditions that I heard.
The attendant on there, the times I'm open, I can't afford to do that.
Did I hear anything about an attendant there?
That's what I just said.
then I do appreciate where you're at, and I think in that regard, let's go back to hold this so we can work this out. I think that's the original motion made by Commissioner Quinn to hold this till the February 8th meeting, because I understand the conditions here are things you can't or won't agree to at this point. So let's go ahead and do this hold if the board is in favor. So there is a motion to hold this till February 8th with all the conditions of the meeting and everything. Please cast your vote. That will be held till February 8th, and please work with staff, and we'll see you then. Thank you. All right, well, now we're going to go to our public hearing items. Item 13, VAR 39813, applicant Greystone Nevada LLC, owner MS Rialto Cliffs Edge Nevada LLC, to allow a 3-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required and a 3-foot rear yard setback for 50% of the structure, with a 7-foot setback for the remaining half within a 10-foot or 50% of the structure within 15 feet for the remaining half is required for 31 interior and perimeter lots on 20 acres at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Egan.
Mr. Chairman, this request for variance would apply to 44 of the remaining 161 undeveloped lots in the 205-lot residential subdivision. The proposed increase in the amount of structure allowed within the 3-foot rear yard setback reduces the amount of useful space along the rear property line. The applicant has provided no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances that would substantiate the requested variance, and staff is recommending denial. If denied, the applicant would still be allowed to proceed with model home plans that comply with the established setbacks. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
I think you can state your name and address for the record and make your presentation, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robert Johnson. I'm with Lennar Homes, located at 2490 Paseo Verde Parkway in Henderson, Nevada. Just to give you a little bit of history, Lennar is building 4 communities in this area within Providence. We have a lower density community here. We have 2 medium density communities ongoing here. And the one that's before you this evening is the residential small lot community called Arbor Ridge. Arbor Ridge, we currently have 4 plans that are being built in this community. They range from about 450 square feet up to 1,800 square feet. Approximately half the community has been built through. The request that's before you tonight pertains to the home sites along the west area of the community. And what Lennar is hoping to do is to add a plan. The existing plans in this community were designed incorporating a 5-foot front setback to the garage. What we would like to do is add a plan to the existing mix that would incorporate a full 18-foot deep driveway and setback to the front garage. We think that this would both improve the street scene of the community, and also the on-street parking situation would also be improved with the addition of this plan. The plan that we're proposing, and it's probably difficult to see at this scale, but what we have is it's just under 1,600 square feet, so it's right in the middle of the existing square footage ranges. What's allowed in code currently is 3 foot in the rear for 50% of the home and 7 feet for the remaining 50% of the home. The reason we're here in front of you this evening is with this home, the rear yard setback actually extends 20 feet 4 inches, which is 3 foot 5 inches beyond what is allowed in the current design guidelines. The reason we felt that it was important to bring this forward and ask for your approval is the area that is being expanded is what is in the dining room area. Since the time of the application, we've actually reduced it down a little bit. So right now, we're at 60% of the rear elevation as opposed to the 50 that's required by the design guidelines. So it's an increase of 10%. That equates to 3 foot 5 inches in the rear. And although we don't think that there's a huge impact from the exterior looking at the house for that 3.5 feet, you will feel a big difference in the functionality of the space with that extra 3.5 feet. And that area is what opens up to the courtyard that is approximately 15 feet by 9.5 feet that becomes the rear yard usable space. So that's what we're doing. Hopefully I've clarified the request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, this was advertised public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Just a clarification, the applicant stated that these homes were 450 square feet?
No, 1,450 square feet.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Commissioners, comments?
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of comments. Commissioner Moody asked me to pinch hit for him tonight while he's abroad, and just a couple of concerns that he's had. One of the concerns is the fact that we applaud the fact that you're coming in and taking some homes that or a neighborhood that's been halfway developed, and there's been a couple of builders that have done that, and I applaud them for that. In Ward 6, though, what the trend has been with these type of developments that's come in is to host a neighborhood meeting. And looking through the notes, I see that there has not been a neighborhood meeting, but I also looked at the number of protests, and we're up about 13 or 14 folks within that existing subdivision that really have some concerns. In reading through the notes briefly, most of the concern is the fact that you're going with a smaller footprint than most of their houses. Some of the thoughts are that this was built as a family-oriented community, and by you shrinking the houses down, it's going to bring the value of the existing homes down, and it kind of sends the message that you don't want kids in this neighborhood. So without getting in a long discussion tonight, would you be meaning to holding your item and hosting a neighborhood meeting?
Certainly, but I would like to respond to the comments you
Sure.
highlighted. First of all, the existing homes in this community range from 1,450 square feet up to 1,800. This plan that we're proposing to add is just under 1,600 square feet. So it's actually right in the middle of the range of the other four plans. So it's not a smaller plan. It's not going to be any lesser valued. If anything, there might be more added value because of the full depth 18-foot driveway where all of the other homes have a 5-foot front driveway.
And I believe that's what the neighbors need to hear from you.
Sure. I'm not opposed to having a neighborhood meeting. Like I said, our mindset and the reason we maybe didn't before now is that we see this as an improvement to the product that's in the community. As far as not wanting families in here, I don't see how this plan gets to that point. If anything, this again accommodates somebody with an older child that may have his first car and gives them a place to park in the house. Along those guidelines, it's just as family oriented as the homes that we're currently building out there.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to hold this one to the February 8th meeting.
Okay. There's a motion to hold this till February 8th. Any other comments? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
Thank you.
Okay, now we go to item 14, SUP 38523, applicant owner Hector Camacho for a proposed motor vehicle sales use at 4561 East Bonanza Road, Suite 130, C2 zoned.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to convert, 2,000 square feet of the existing 16,250 square foot auto repair garage major building into a motor vehicle sales use. placing additional use on the subject property in addition to the existing and approved uses will create an overdeveloped site and will negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. This request would allow vehicle sales in conjunction with an auto repair garage, which was previously approved through Special Use Permit SUP 3223, and would circumvent a minimum special use requirement of that use, which prohibits the display and sale of vehicles at an auto repair garage major site. Therefore, staff recommends denial of this request. Staff also notes that the current site is not in conformance to the conditions of SUP 3223, as evident by the multiple code enforcement cases on this project. Please note we've received additional protests since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Hector Camacho, 1501 South Maryland Parkway.
You've heard staff comments?
Yeah.
How do you...
And I believe it's a conforming because it's a mechanic repair, it's for body shop and paint shop, and what he showed, it's going to be in Suite 130. It's going to be less mechanic shop. It's going to be out of sale, and I think it's conforming use. It's not a non-conforming use. It's something it can be. Nothing going to change with the neighborhood. Okay, what he said, but the code enforcement passed everything, and we go in court for that one. Okay, it was following an injunction for the city for discrimination and violation of the civil right. The only thing I want to continue with this one because I'm in Chapter 11 and I need to protect my investment. That's the only thing I do. I try to create more jobs, not to try to destroy the economy. And so far, what he said, the person is talking, Doug Rankin, and the last meeting in December 1st, and I can request, and I can tell you in your face, he lied, he don't prove anything. You can look me, okay. He's lying.
All right.
And he can prove anything because, just one second.
Stop. We're not going to be sitting here making accusations about staff.
Well, you make an accusation by me. It's something I think that's what the freedom of this country is, a great country in America.
Yes, it is, and if we also have land use laws here, and there are issues here that I've been by your site. Actually, I was by there yesterday. I want to tell you, it's kept in horrible condition. The landscaping isn't there. You've got block walls that are pushed down, and it's not well maintained. You've got illegal signs. I'm just saying, and that's what little I know about the code. If you want to tell us about the use, I'll listen to it, and then we'll open up the public hearing.
It's going to be for auto sale, but I think you shouldn't. You foot code enforcement pass landscaping, pass everything on, except Capo Island is still pending. Code enforcement give me. It's too bad I left him in the car. Okay? Code enforcement was Monday. It was the 10 days. If I would not clean up, they were going to bring the city got the right to do it. I got signed by a code enforcement supervisor, assistant supervisor. Okay? It's not another thing you give. Always they give you the wrong information. Okay? Chris Knight stated the other day, I got illegal construction. He came over to the property and he apologized because they give you the wrong information. If you want to table this one continue for another day, that way you can look what I'm telling you. Okay, if you're going to deny, I'm going to appeal it. I'm going to go for it, because you got the wrong information. Like he was came the other day, and he said, and he just now, I don't pass my inspection for the code enforcement. Code enforcement got the signature. Why not do this one, leave it for February, and I can meet with you and I can show you what is wrong. Okay. I know every time I come here, it's for deny. It's not the property. It's not the zoning. It's not the neighbor. Okay, the wall you say is falling apart belong to the apartment. The graffiti is on the wall. They presented to the city council belong to the neighbors. It's not mine. Okay, they tried to destroy Hector Camacho. They not try. It's not the property. It's Hector Camacho because I'm from Argentina and my broke English. That's the only thing it is, okay? The reason I come here, but to tell them, please, put it back, and I want to meet with you, and I want to prove you wrong. I never met with you, and I always I treat people with respect, but when people lie, I get mad, because I don't need to lie to you. If you want to postpone this one for 10, 15 minutes, I'm going to the car, and I'm going to bring the page where it was signed by the code enforcement, everything was fine last Monday.
Okay,
Okay?
if you like, we'll trail this item. And you can go get the information from concerning code enforcement? From your car?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. We'll trail this item, and we'll move on to the next one, and please let staff know when you're back. All right?
Okay.
Thank you. Item 15, VAR 40088, applicant Nevada Hand, Inc., owner Skyview Pines Limited Partnership, to allow a 156 parking space where 170 parking spaces for an approved 144-unit apartment development on the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 850 feet west of Main Street. Ward 5.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to install security gates, which will result in a reduction of 14 parking spaces from the 170 spaces to 156 spaces. Staff recommends denial of the request, as the applicant has not provided compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance concerning the property and has created a self-imposed hardship. If the application is denied, the site must comply with the original approvals. Please note we have received one additional letter of support since publication.
Good evening.
Good evening. Jackie Haas, Bob Feivelman, 295 East Warm Springs Road, 89119. We're here tonight to request your approval for our variance to reduce our parking from 170 spaces to 156 spaces to allow the inclusion of our security gates for our development, Skyview Pines Family Apartments. We originally came before Planning and City Council to request a parking reduction from 228 spaces per code to 170 spaces. At that time, we should have included the security gates and asked for the further parking reduction. Since that time, we have started construction, and we have spoken with Metro as well as the adjacent property owner, who's the Salvation Army, both of whom fully support our request to include traffic security gates. If our request is approved, 156 spaces is still will still allow for one parking space per apartment, as well as additional spaces for staff and guests. And we feel with the income of the population that we're going to serve at this location, 156 spaces is adequate. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and request your approval. Thank you.
Yeah, this was advertised public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Hand has three beautiful projects right in my neighborhood, and the clientele that they have, I've never seen those spaces even half full. So I don't think there's any problem here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I spoke with Ms. Haas the other day. Thanks for taking my phone call, and we talked in depth about this. I also went out and rode the property and take a look at it. They created their own hardship, but I think it's justified in the request to provide protection for the neighbors. Not that this area is a bad area, but it is an area that has a lot of services offered to the public, the Salvation Army, Shade Tree Shelter, and I think this will bode well for her development to provide the added layer of security. So with that, if there's any more questions, I'll move for approval of item 15 VAR 40088, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
There is a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved, and that is final action in the absence of an appeal.
Thank you very much, and good luck, Margot. Thank you. Take care.
Now we go to item 16, VAR 40107, applicant owner Jason J. and Rose M. Anganet to allow an existing 14-foot high, 1,750 square foot accessory structure, Class 2, that is not aesthetically compatible plywood with the main dwelling stucco, where a 12-foot high, 830 square foot accessory structure, Class 2, is allowed at 5,400 Bat Masterson Circle.
Mr. Chairman, staff is unable to support the requested variance as the applicant has not provided a compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship related to the property and has created a self-imposed situation by constructing an existing accessory structure without obtaining the necessary building permits prior to construction. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of this request. If this application is denied, the existing accessory structure would need to be removed or altered to meet the requirements of Title 19. Please note that we have received additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Good evening.
Good evening.
If I have your name for the record.
My name is Jason Anjanette, 5400 Bat Masterson.
Rosa Anjanette, 5400 Bat Masterson.
Okay. And tell us how we got here.
Well, didn't follow the rules and pull a permit. Put up the structure, became very close with all the neighbors, and we all have similar interests, cars. Bought the property about 6 months ago and had some vandalism, theft, a couple of issues that struck an interest that as soon as I got my first time homebuyer's credit, owner-builder decided to build me a garage or dry storage to protect my valuables. Couple of things I did want to note that I thought was a little bit inaccurate is one of them is that the square footage of the estate is 1649, and the main dwelling is actually 2,424 square feet. They're basing it strictly off of habitable living space, and they should include the 3-car garage that's already there.
We don't measure that way.
Okay, but when I spoke with planning and Mike Howell and all of that, they said it should. And Doug Rankin.
Unfortunately, Margot wins over Mike.
Okay.
So
No, I have no idea. That's what I was told, and that was okay. I mean, I figure if you pay taxes on it, you should be able to consider it. I mean, when you figure my accessory structure is 1750 and you say my house is 1650, it makes it look like it's bigger, which it isn't. So that was kind of one thing I wanted to bring to attention. As far as it not being compatible, it's going to be sided with T111, painted to match. The roof is going to be same color as the tile on my house. I plan on landscaping it to enhance the appearance. The reason for the height, which setbacks and height should still be within code based off of the height of my house. I have recreational vehicles, I have an RV, I have a trailer. I wanted to protect these also and put them inside of the building. I sit on a corner lot, I'm on an arterial roadway. There's very high traffic behind me, so I don't have very many neighbors. All my direct neighbors, which is across from me at Bat Masterson, I guess there was a letter that was submitted from the association, but I also have I can't think of the word for it. I did hold a neighborhood meeting. That was the other thing that was on the notes. When I spoke with Doug about it, I went ahead and went through the process and got all the labels from downtown and went to my immediate neighbors and got signatures on them opposing that they were for it. 2 of my neighbors, which would not come to the door or give me the time of day, obviously were against it, and I got their postcards. Most of these people that were opposed it don't even see it or even in the same neighborhood. They're a couple blocks down or in a completely subdivision. The direct neighbors that see it, I do have 2 of them that are opposing it, and I haven't been able to talk to them. They won't come to the door. I can't see to try to compromise with them or see what is it going to take to make them happy. By the time I'm done having that back wall lined with iris cypress and different box trees, you're not even going to see the garage. I'm very strong, and I bought this house for privacy. You know, that's why I have very tall walls all the way around the entire lot, and that's how I wanted to keep it. I don't know if there's any other questions, or...
Well, thank you. This is listed as a public hearing. We'll open it up. I'll give you a chance to respond afterwards. Anybody wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Yes, I live right across the street from this structure, and I have some
Your
questions.
name, please.
Name and
Patel
address.
Farrell,
And address?
4313 Bradley Road.
Okay.
And I have not been contacted by this gentleman, even though I'm unemployed and I'm home every day. So I was just had some concerns because it doesn't have a foundation. It seems to be in dirt. It definitely does not match anything in the neighborhood. I have pictures of structures next door. If you T111s it, I don't have a problem with it, but it does need garage doors to open and close. Otherwise, it's going to become a sale. We've already had a structure in the property he lives in now, a metal one, blow over the wall. The people across the way had a metal one, blow over the wall. So I do have some concerns about the construction and the fact that it was built without any plans or permits or inspections.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Yes, I'm Commissioner, or Mr. Chairman. I'm Lamar Briley, 3404 Bond Court, and I am President of Northwest Area Residents Association. We've had several complaints about the construction that was going on at Bat Masterson Circle, and the same complaints that were mentioned by the gentleman that was just up here. So at this time, NARA is asking that the requested variance be denied and the necessary inspections made.
All
I
right.
have photographs too if you need to see them.
That's fine. Thank you.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. If it doesn't have a stressed concrete floor, is it setting on pilings, or how is this, and can it be brought into conformance?
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Commissioner Goins.
Yes, Commissioner, I've, again, pinch hitting again for Commissioner Moody and some concerns. I've looked at the notes that were provided and some of the conversation going on regarding this item. One of the first issues were there were no permits pulled. The second issue is, and just from hearing, you must be new to the area, weren't aware of the NARA Association, which has been a long-standing organization out there that's very concerned about the neighborhood. I know you mentioned that a couple of people that were in opposition are not able to view this out of their front door, but yet the concern is for the overall well-being and lifestyle of the community. What I would suggest you do at this point would be to, again, hold this item. I know you guys had a neighborhood meeting. At that neighborhood meeting, I think it was just you, your wife, your children, and maybe one or two other neighbors there. But I think now that this is on their radar, if you go back and repost that, I think you'll see an overwhelming amount of neighbors that will come out, not necessarily in opposition, but want to see what you want to do and make it conform to the neighborhood. But without any permits pulled, without any structural engineer or anybody from the city coming out to look at this structure, just what the neighbor just mentioned will exactly happen. When those winds come across, it will lift that structure up. And I tell you, this morning I drove down the street and I almost had to make a U-turn to come back and say, what is that being built in the backyard? And I could look at it and see it didn't have any permits pulled. So that would be my suggestion at this point. I'm going to make a recommendation to follow staff's recommendation and deny it.
Now, on that note, Commissioner, the building is secured down, and I did seek out an engineer and have plans drawn up on it from a prior project that I, long time ago, thought about. And I actually have the engineered documents with me along with a copy right there. stating that there does not need to be any full foundation. The foundation is the pilings, which are set on center every 8 feet. There is every precaution been taking place as far as for shear walls, for earthquake standards, for live loads. I'm not a contractor, but I've learned more in the last...
But I understand that, but in order for it to be a structure that is put up properly, once you pull your permits, that inspection has to be initiated by the city, and they will come out and they will review just what you said. They will sign off on it if they feel that that structure meets all the code and regulation. That's the proper way to do it.
Right.
And without prolonging this anymore, I think that's the quickest path for you to get to a happy resolution for your garage.
And just to also add...
I just wanted to ask a quick question. What are these little tents here on the property? They look like little 2 tents.
There should be one thing. That's actually coming down. That was just housing the lumber during the process of putting it together so it didn't get weathered or destroyed more than it's already getting by waiting.
Okay.
And as far as the whole structure and not being compatible with anybody else, actually, my whole 4 neighbors to the west of me, all down Craig, all have garages, and 2 of them are T111 also, and the other 2 are steel buildings. And
but more than likely, they've come in and got them permitted. And so...
I'm not going to throw nobody under the bus, but yes and no.
Well,
but either way.
We can only deal with this item tonight.
Right,
and
exactly.
The motion is for denial, to follow staff's recommendation for denial. If there are any other comments or questions, please cast your vote.
We talked denial, but we also mentioned just hold this so you can get with the neighbors, and you could also go back and look and see. So if we go with the denial route, do we start at ground zero, or does he have the opportunity to go back and get in touch with some contractors, because you're going to have to stucco this thing and put a tile roof on it and bring it up to code, simple and sweet, and it may cost you X amount more now, and I feel sorry for you, but that's a whole lot cheaper than it's going to cost you in 15 years when you want to sell it to go buy that dream home, because they'll come back and say, what is this? And you'll get no value for it.
Right, and I agree, and the whole deal with the variance is, I have also plans for additions to the house, which I've already had drawn up, and if I would have done it in the right order, I wouldn't be here either for requesting a variance. I could go down there, get a slap on the hand, and pull my permits. I mean, I have plans already drawn up that I've spoken with planners and so forth down there also to making a 900 square foot addition.
Okay. Which is the most accommodating way for the gentleman to deny it and start again, or...
Yeah, because if he denies it, he's going to have to appeal it within 10 days. Is that correct, Director Wheeler?
Correct.
So if we allow him to hold...
If we can hold it, I'll hold a town meeting as soon as, the available schedule, or however you guys seek or recommend me to do it.
Mr. Chairman, I will support that. But I will say, we've been here, an hour and a half, and we're just holding things for people to go back and do what you should have done to begin with, which is have a dialogue with your neighbors and the people that are most affected. If this comes back, I don't know whether I would support it or not. Certainly, it'd have to change in the iteration that it is now. I don't know whether you plan to stucco it so it matches the exterior of your existing house and if it matches the other homes in the neighborhood, but I'm really irritated with a lot of these what looks like industrial shed buildings that are absolutely inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhoods popping up all over the place. We don't know whether they're safe. We don't know whether in the event of a fire you might have property damage or, God forbid, loss of life. We don't know what the wiring is. We don't know what the footing is. We don't know what the engineering is. There are a lot of factors here that, in a perfect world, hopefully it is safe. But in my mind, one of the things that I'm certain that some of the neighborhood is concerned about is aesthetics. Does it look like we got a big old shed, garage, industrial structure in the middle of a residential neighborhood? And I know it's a big lot. Hopefully you can work it out. But my suggestion to you and to anyone else who comes before this body looking for, in your case, a lot of forgiveness, and at the very minimum, a variance to the code, do your homework and due diligence prior to coming to the meeting and make people happy. The guy that we had before with the car wash, give him free car washes for life.
In your case, talk to everybody who's affected and make them feel good about it. Get a good project forward so we can vote on it, and the people don't have to come back again and again and again and sit through an entire evening while folks wait to be heard, only to have you send it back to have the meeting they should have had to begin with. That's my suggestion, my common sense. I'll support the motion to hold it, but for anyone else, I'm telling you, do this stuff before you come here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, good evening.
I just want to add a piece of information that hasn't been discussed. This structure is built on the septic tank as well, so I'm not sure if the applicant's aware of it or if you're all aware of it, but they will have to connect to the public sewer as part of...
Yeah, I'm fully aware that it's sitting on the leach field, and I've also already had bids taken care of with Nevada Pipeline. Did make that connection happen.
Okay, so my motion on item 16 is to hold it February 8th. Is okay with you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, actually, we can hold it till January 20th. Hold on.
Can we hold to the January 25th? Or do you prefer the 20? I'm just trying to figure out what the, because you have time, I just want to know what do the agendas look like. If it's too hard a question.
To hold the neighborhood meeting prior to the 25th with the furlough week and the holidays
Okay.
is
So
just gonna
apparently
be-
it's February 8th.
So February 8th would be a good day to hold this to. So that would be the motion of Commissioner Goins. If there are any other comments, please cast your vote.
And I would suggest you contact Mr. Lamar Briley, who is the president of NARA.
Okay.
Thank you.
And also work with staff, and they'll go over the meeting with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Did Camacho go home or did... Motion carries. We'll see you back in February 8th.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go back to item 14.
Okay, gentlemen, before I show you what I got in my hands, I want to calm down a little bit because I'm tired to be humiliated by the zoning department. Okay, for all this year, I come here in front of you people, always was denied. Okay, always tell the same thing. I want you to go back to tell the person from the staff to tell me what violation is in my landscaping. Because I talked to Mr. Rankin, but I don't know, a week ago, and advice from my attorney to talk to everybody in the city of Las Vegas to try to solve my problem the 10 days before we go in court. He told me he can't tell me what it was wrong, but he can send somebody to check it, and he was an investigator for his department. He's going to let me know. Okay. Last Monday, it was the final 10 days. City council gave it to finish, or you people are going to take an action. Okay. They tried to fine me for $164,000. Can't prove anything yet. Okay. It's weird. What I want to tell me what is wrong with the landscaping. I want you to, if you please, tell me which wall you're talking about. All
right,
because
Mr. Chairman,
We're gonna let the city attorney make some comments, and then we'll move forward.
Mr. Chairman, we're getting a little far afield from what we're doing before this commission. We're not here to judge whether or not his code enforcement and complaints are valid or not, or his defenses are valid or not. That's a matter for the city council. That's being taken up by them. What we have here is a use permit. And obviously part of the use permit is your judgment of this use permit is if the applicant is going to make his use compatible with the neighborhood. So obviously you can take into consideration some of the things you've heard from Mr. Rankin, but I will say that I'm not sure that we need to spend an hour going through his various code enforcement violations here tonight. And so what I would say is just, let's talk about the use and let's make a decision. And I'm not sure we should be spending a whole lot of time bantering about whether or not we were appropriately citing the applicants for code enforcement violations.
And that's where I'm actually trying to
yes,
get
but
this to.
I want to make a comment. You're going to tell me you're not going to let me defend myself because they tell me it's a violation. It's not a violation of the property. Okay, you did it once. You violate my civil right, and you will do them again. I need the same time like if I was speaking perfect English and I was blue eyes and a blonde hair. Okay? Yeah, you can tell me because you've been taught why. Okay, tell me what is wrong. I asked him one question. It's about it, but what is wrong with my landscaping?
Mr. Camacho, calm down. What I looked at this application, and then I will let we'll open up the public hearing. But I looked at this application, and you're asking for a special use permit. A special use permit is a higher level of commitment. And when we evaluate a special use permit, we have the ability to judge whether the property is well maintained, whether the applicant runs the property in an exemplary manner, and will use this special use permit and be a positive and compatible issue in that neighborhood. And I don't know the nature of all of your violations. I'm telling you, I visited your property yesterday.
Tell me which wall. You visited the property. Show me which wall is the one that's a problem.
I'm going to finish first. How's that? I'm going to finish. I viewed your property. You got landscaping that is dead grass. There are no trees. So that's a maintenance issue to me. I don't know if that's a violation under what was submitted previously or not, but I can tell you, when you're asking me to go, let's give this person a special use permit that is not customary, sir, not customary, I have to take into account all of the things I see, whether they're brought up by staff or brought up by my own eyes. So that's what my comments were concerning. And I have no problem with letting you try to sell us on, make your arguments for your special use permit. But I'm telling you why I feel some concerns, because I don't see the property maintained in an exemplary manner that would lead me to believe that if we gave you this special use permit, it would be run in a similar manner, so we could have a compatible and an enhancement to that neighborhood, whether it creates jobs, whether it does anything that you say it's going to do. To me, it's a land use issue, and is it going to be an improvement to that property, and is the property doing everything they can to justify us giving you this higher level of approval? Now, give us your discussion with regard to the special use permit.
You told me you went yesterday and you see no grass. It never been a grass. Always it was rocks. It was clean because it got. The only thing the code enforcement was what today is Thursday, 3 days ago. You can read it, you can see, you can put it for the public to see, and I want to see as a public record. Okay, I know your decision already, but I tell them every time I come here for the property. Ever was a neighbor complain? No. The only person ever came was one person from Los Angeles because he got monetary interest. They never have one of the neighbors to complain. If I put it for used car sales, I need to create under Chapter 11. I've been the property. I've been having a problem economic. I went through divorce, heavy divorce, and then it came to the property for the last 2 years, and I need to increase my income. My income right now is enough to survive, and it's staying under Chapter 11. That's the reason I try to put a car and to eliminate a little bit of mechanic shop. I try to blend a different business because they're not going to make it create any more problems for mechanic repair because I got the mechanic repair to fix the car you're going to sell. Okay? It's not going to create a problem. It's going to create a little more income. That way I can keep the property much better. Okay? Code enforcement, sign it. Looking over there, you can tell me you went over there, you know more, and the code enforcement will sign.
Mr. Chairman, let me say, I want to put something on the record because this will go to City Council, obviously, and then I don't know where else it'll go. But look, this is a special use permit application. The applicant has the burden to show the following: one, that the proposed land use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing and surrounding land uses. The subject site is physically suitable for the type and intensity of land use proposed. Street or highway facilities providing access to property are adequate. Approval of the special use permit at the site in question will not be inconsistent or compromise the public health, safety, and welfare or the overall objectives of the general plan, and the use meets all applicable conditions of 19.04. I would ask the chairman to make sure the applicant addresses these elements. If he can show to your satisfaction that he meets these elements, then you can vote to approve it. If he can't, you can vote to deny. It's within your discretion, but it's important for us to understand what we're here to do.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, Mr. Lewis, but maybe we can have Mr. Camacho tell me what you want to do. I guess that's where, why don't we begin with that? Because I think you want to have an auto repair facility with auto sales. Is that correct?
Yeah, I got the auto repair and I got the dealer. The problem is people park car for sale on my property, and I've been citing for that one. And I told Mr. Ruiz, I stopped that one. That's the reason I want to sell cars. I'm willing to take the condition. They're going to accept me, keep the property. It's going to be more income. That way, I have an extra money to keep the property and place more, a little more cleaner. Okay, the property is clean right now. I call code enforcement is clean. Okay, I pass. But the only thing I don't right now, my income, it was over $20,000 a few years back. Now it's 50% less. I can pay the bank. Property tax no went down. Property tax is $24,000 a year. Okay, they forced me to have a Republic service 5 times a week. That's another $7,000, $8,000 a year in Republic service. I need to improve my income to keep the property much better. Okay, and keep the cars, illegal cars, to be sold in my property. I don't damage the neighborhood. The wall told me, if he can show me, I took pictures today, okay? And I'm not supposed to tell that one because my attorney told me to keep my mouth shut. We keep improve the graffiti, and the wall don't belong to Hector Camacho, belong to the apartments. The apartment dump garbage to my property, and I get fined, and I have to take it up. And if you want, you can meet me over there like Chris Knight came to my property, like the fire department chief, Greg Gutman came to my property to tell my property. The building department told my property is in code. Fire department told me it's no violation. And I tried to solve the problem. I call them. They never. I went to and I give a letter, an explanation letter to Ms. Wheeler, and I asked him to meet me when he took pictures. If there was any question, I tried to keep my property in compliance. And every time I tried to keep my property in compliance, what I got in regulation, 20 people come to my property again. My property is nothing wrong with my property. You can ask me. I challenge you, and I wish you can come and talk to me. Okay? I get mad because I get humiliated when people tell me stuff. Even the city approve. Okay? I try to comply with the city if I can talk to people. We've been trying for 6 months. To get somebody for the city to talk to us, to finally last week, somebody else, they came to the property, and I called this man, and I asked him what was wrong with the landscape. And landscaping, what it can be 1 or 2, 3, that's it. If you see anything wrong, it's cap or 3. What is $200? You think, I'm not going to fix it before I come to you guys because I know what you're going to, I know the bombs you're going to take over to me, okay? But today I came with different article. I want to tell you, you can tell me what is wrong with my property. Tell me. I got it right there.
Sir, Mr. Camacho, I tell you, we're not here to tell you what's wrong with your property. We're here for you to tell us how your property meets these requirements of compatibility, the use. We're talking about the use.
The use is conform. It's conform use. Okay, and any other city. And Las Vegas, from Henderson is one the toughest in North Las Vegas, Clark County. C2 with the use permit is a conformant for auto sale, okay? And I checked 10 to 15 attorneys, okay? I went to ask him before I put my application back again because I made a mistake the last time. I forgot, I don't understand when I'm supposed to appeal, and I lost, and I had to come back and spend some more money, and I know the property is conform use. It's nothing, I'm not going to change nothing to have a 10 cars park or 5 or 10 cars park for sale, clean cars versus 10, 15 cars for repair. Nothing going to be changed. If you tell me, I don't know,
Okay.
It's a supermarket, and I want to sell in the supermarket. I want to sell car, I understand. But we're talking about auto repair, okay, all over the city of Las Vegas. It's not, in any place in city of Las Vegas is conforming, been approved. I've been in Vegas for 36 years, okay? I've been in the same business for 20 years.
Chairman?
Okay. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Okay, let me take a shot at this. I'm not asking you to defend anything that's happened in the past. All I want to do is find out what's happening in the future. That's what you're asking to do, something new. I congratulate your enthusiasm, but let me just answer my questions. How many cars do you intend on selling? How many parking spaces are going to be dedicated to parking cars for sale?
Right now, I don't know the stuff. I think maybe it's 6 or 10 or whatever whatever it can be for sale.
Okay, and then that parcel already has a waiver on it. Initially, you were supposed to have 250 parking spaces, and they reduced that to 201. And there's also, on that same property, there's an approved building for 19,500 square feet, which is to be a restaurant and general retail. And where are they going to park? And then the next question is, are you going to give up your auto repair and just sell cars? What is your intent? What
No,
would you
I'm
like
not
to
going to
do?
give it my complete auto repair because it's 16,000 square feet. I got what is going to be the auto sell is going to be for maintain the cars and sell for my own car, for the dealer. Only, I not take any because I went with staff and parking space. I got more parking, and I'm going to park 6 cars for sale, I believe, or 6, 7. I can't remember because I don't have all the paperwork.
Are you going to have a sales office?
Pardon me?
Are you going to have a sales office?
I need to comply for whatever is I need to.
I agree. That's what we're trying to figure out as to what you want to do. So you need to figure out how many cars are going to be parked on the lot and what impact that's going to have on the parking that's there. Someone's got to come up with an answer to the question about the 19,500 square foot additional building that's going to be constructed there and where those people are going to park.
Okay.
You know, where's it all going? We got too much on the plate here.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
falling
but
off.
the 19,000 square foot building, that was before the economic clash. Where are you going to get the money? Which bank is going to lend me the money? That's the reason I try to keep in my...
At some point in time, the economy is going to improve and someone's going to build it. Are you going to tear down your 16,000 square foot building so that the 19,000 can be built?
No, it's a 3.5 acre. Maybe I have to make the building smaller. I don't think probably I'm never going to build. I'm going to be 63 next month, and I want to enjoy my life a little bit. But I need to have the property. I got two.
You got 2 buildings that have been approved on the thing. One you intend to not build. You might make your life a whole lot cleaner if you'd come forward and say, I want to drop that 19,500 square foot building. I'm not going to build it. But what I want to do is open a small car lot. I'm only going to be selling 10 or 15 cars, and so there's plenty of parking spaces. Right now, you're wanting everything, and everything that you want won't fit on that piece of land.
Sir,
That's
two property. Two property. You want me to answer? You know, sometimes
please.
I'm not
through the chair. Mr. Camacho, through the chair, please make your comments.
It's a C2 where I'm going to sell the car. The other property got nothing to do with the C2. It's 2 different parcels. C2 don't going to affect the parking because if we wait for garage for open to the public, you need 10 or 11 parking. Right now, only I'm going to use 6. It's not changing the parking variance if I put it out of for sale because I don't going to have a mechanic side for the public. It's going to be for my own cars, fix my own cars or clean up or whatever I needed to have it under the roof in my office.
Mr. Chairman,
parking don't change anything because I meet you. I got a pre-meeting, and before they let me go forward, we went through with the staff for the parking. It's not. I don't need an extra parking. I don't jump the property with more parking. I use the same amount of parking it was approved original for the C2.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Chairman,
it's not the case. It's not the case.
Yes, the case. You can
tell me about Site Development Review 25148. That's the number. Go look it up. Which for a 19,500 square foot general retail and restaurant has been approved.
Sir, but it's two property. One is CC1.
No, sir, it's on the same parcel. It
No,
says-
sir, it's a two different, the property.
Mr.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Hold on. We're having fun now.
I tried to help
We're going to go to Commissioner Goins,
Yeah,
then Commissioner...
Yeah,
Chairman,
no,
I-
but
I-
it's two different property. No, I don't understand.
Mr. Camacho, could you let me talk? I kind of feel
I'm
like this
sorry,
is...
maybe I'm sorry.
Mr. Camacho, could you listen for a minute?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I'm on the Wheel of Fortune, and I can't figure out which vowels go into this puzzle you're trying to display to us. So let me refer back, because, number one, I don't believe nothing you're saying, because I look at your justification letter of May the 10th, and it basically says to who it may concern, I'm applying for a use permit for auto sales at 4561 East Bonanza Road, Las Vegas, Nevada 89110. This property is zoned as C2, which is for heavy mechanic repair, of which is comparable with the use permit of which I am applying for. Here's what's compelling to me. Furthermore, this is vital to me because at this time I have filed a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and this will give me more proof to the judge and the trustees that I do intend to have further income. So I think you're just trying to get this, I don't think you have the intent to sell a car. I just think you want to take this to your judge in bankruptcy court. I just don't believe it. And I look at the protest letters from a number of folks that live in the area. Here's one that says, I live in a condo complex right next to Mr. Camacho's so-called business. It is my hope that the city will rein this guy in. We hear tow trucks bringing in vehicles at all hours of the night. We see a great influx of vehicles, but little to no apparent customers. Recently, they had a weekend car show where the music blared all afternoon. His housekeeping of the property is deplorable. I hope the city will do more to bring Mr. Camacho into compliance. I've been on the commission a number of years, and I've dealt with you on several of these, and this has always been the case and the trend. You come up and tell us one thing, we go out and see, and you're doing another one. I'm done with it.
Okay.
Mr. Camacho, let me move forward, because I'll do it all indulgence. I know this is Commissioner Evans' ward, but I'm ready to get to the motion of denial.
Okay. You can go, but before you go for the motion,
Mr. Camacho?
I listen to, but that man, I can look him in my face, and he looked me a liar. And if you want people to respect you people, okay, do him one more time. Don't let me defend myself.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to say we've been going around the bush here now for about 15 or 20 minutes on this and have heard absolutely nothing towards the 5 elements as required per 1918.060. It's time to dog this off and make the appropriate motion.
Mr. Chairman, before we do anything, we need to open this up for the public hearing and finish this hearing so we can assess all of the information and then get to a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. My issue is with the safety and the intensity of the property. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I have a yes or no answer that I'd like the city attorney to answer. Can we judge, or can we evaluate future performance on past performance of an applicant?
City Attorney?
That's really not a yes or no question. So what I'll say is this. This commission is judging this applicant and his application in its entirety. We've had plenty of dealings with this applicant. We understand what he brings to the table. The answer is you have the discretion to judge this application on the merits that you believe are proper.
Well, just one other thing, real quick. It's true that he has auto repair on this property, but understand it's minor auto repair, not major auto repair, and he's doing major auto repair. In Mr. Camacho's statement he just made, he says, okay, and up or whatever I need when to repair the cars for showing. Whatever he needs might be major auto repair, and major auto repair is not allowed on this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Commissioner Evans, a motion?
Yeah,
May I show you something before you do the motion? No.
No. No.
Something very interesting.
No.
No?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to beat a dead horse, and I will just say, Mr. Camacho, it's not your accent or your language that is flawed, it's your logic. I think that everyone has made a compelling argument. The burden is on the applicant for a special use permit. The record is complete. The staff report is for denial. Mr. Farlow of the public made an argument regarding the parameters for this. The city attorney, I think, has been very clear. Commissioner Flangus, you talked about the 5 points. The burden is on the applicant. I don't think the burden has been met. And with an abundance of evidence, both the backup material and the fact that I don't believe Mr. Camacho has met his burden to give this body a level of comfort to pass or to allow a special use permit, based on all the recommendations, all the arguments from this body, my motion would be to follow the recommendation of the staff for denial of the special use permit 38523. Thank you.
There is a motion for denial. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is denied. And Mr. Camacho, this will go on to City Council on January 19th. So
I don't have to appeal.
you do not have to make the appeal. It will. We're going to put it automatically onto City Council, so you don't have to go through the appeal process.
Adios.
Yeah, like a normal. You know, you're looking like a defendant from Fidel Castro. You're looking for America.
That's the night. Thank you.
Good night, and God bless you.
Buenos dias. You guys are just having a night. 17.
We're going to take this next 2 items and we're going to take a short break. Because I know you guys all out there need one. Okay? All right. Item 17, VAR 40127, applicant owner Roy Winblad to allow a 15-foot high, 3,000 square foot accessory structure, Class 2, that is not aesthetically compatible, metal, with the main dwelling stucco, where a 12-foot high, 800 square foot accessory structure, Class 2, is the maximum allowed at 5705 Paseo, Montana. Court.
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented pursuant to Title 19-18-070 that would substantiate the requested variance for the proposed structure. Alternative design of the proposed accessory structure would allow conformance to Title 19 requirements, therefore staff recommends denial. If denied, the structure would have to be redesigned to meet all Title 19 requirements prior to application for building permits. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support for this item since publication.
Good evening.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Roy Winblad. I'm the owner of the property on 5705 Paseo, Montana, 89108. I have a variety of classic vehicles and motorcycles and a boat. I would like to get them out of the weather because sun, bird droppings, animals going over the wall and urinating on my vehicle, stuff like that. And I had a pool pump cover come over a wall, hit one of my vehicles at one time. And I just like to get them out of vandalism, theft, out of sight, out of mind. Do you have any questions for me?
Okay. This was advertised a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Did you want to speak?
Wade Lazat, 2012 Sedona Pathway. I'm the contractor.
Okay.
And I'm going to see all the permits are pulled and it's done properly. These guys are friends of mine, and I'm going to make sure it's done right.
Oh, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Sorry if I'm interrupting anything. I do have signed letters from the people right alongside me that they have no problem with what I want to do.
We've received,
Yeah.
you submitted with your application,
we
3
have.
letters from neighbors that said they're in support of your application, and they're
Yes.
all the immediate neighbors. Okay. Commissioners, comment? Commissioner Goins?
Mr. Winblad, can't you do all of this in a 12-foot high, 800-square-foot building that conforms to Title 19?
No, I can't. The vehicles I got, and the way the property's set up, the way the building has to be built, you know what I'm saying?
I'm familiar, I was by there today.
Were you? Well, then you kind of notice, I do have kind of, like, I'm limited to the space to, I had to put my vehicle sideways in the building.
Can I say something?
I'm aware of that, but again, my question is, we have codes and standards that you have to build to. Now you want to exceed that. And then what typically happens, that creates a trend in the neighborhood where if you do it, here comes another neighbor that wants to do it, and another neighbor. And then we start to have these structures that pop up that are actually almost larger than the home.
Okay, if you kind of went around the neighborhood, you'll see there's quite a few big buildings already, very high garages on different properties.
And that's why you're here, because everybody else has one, right?
No, well...
Yeah, see, and that's what I mean. That's exactly what happens. One person does it, and then the next person sees it, and then the next thing you know, everybody in the neighborhood
Boy,
comes in, and
I
you come
see
in
it.
and tell us, well, there's several in my neighborhood, but as you can see with the last applicant, I'm very concerned about it. I would, and I'm glad you haven't constructed it.
You see there's a concrete foundation there.
Just,
Can I say something?
please, 1 second, just let the Commissioner finish.
So until you can give me a compelling reason, because this is a hardship you've created on yourself, I'm going to hold you to the Title 19 standard. Now I'll listen to you, sir.
Okay. Yes, the building is actually 12 feet, but it's gabled roof, and that part is a little higher. It's actually 12 foot.
Can you turn that on that rendering? Yeah. Other way, it's upside down.
Flip it once.
There you go.
There we go.
You want to point out what you're saying now, sir?
Yes, this here is 12 feet, but the center is a gabled roof. That's a little higher, that's a couple feet higher.
15.
On the center.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mr. Huff.
The size is excessive. My concern is the aesthetics. Tell me about that. Is a metal structure, is it going to be completed in stucco? Is it going to match the house? And is it going to make your neighbors happy? Is it going to deteriorate or in any way impact the value of their homes? That's what I want to know. I really don't care about, you want to put 40, or motorcycles or boats or whatever. I'm concerned about what it looks like. Tell me about that.
It's going to be fully stuccoed, looking almost exactly like another home. And that was
Is
okay.
that submitted with all the plans and
It will be with the permits. There's permits and everything pulled on it.
is that, may I ask the city staff if that's the understanding that we have, that the stucco would match the home, that the architecture would be compatible and that it wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb?
That is correct. That's the intent of the code, is that the accessory structures are compatible with the main dwelling units.
And I
so that
think
they
what
match
was
in
submitted to
those
us said
conformity.
steel or metal building. If you're telling it's a stucco,
Well,
then
we didn't submit that part yet. There's another meeting. When is this other meeting for that?
No, this is the meeting.
This is the meeting.
We get to approve or deny.
Okay.
It's
All right.
before you get here.
Yeah. It is going to be fully stuccoed. I mean, we're here to work this out with you guys, whatever you guys need, whatever it's going to take.
What I'm looking at on your plans is prefabricated metal building, using metal panel system.
Yes, it's an engineered building.
And so, usually I like to have a rendering of what I'm going to see as the finished product.
I understand
which
that.
can be done versus saying, well, I'm going to show you a metal building, but after we get done with it, it's going to be stucco and you'll never know the difference.
Okay, I'm not sure if we have, Bob, didn't we have that other drawing? No? Okay.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
My motion would be to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay, there's a motion for denial. Any other comments? Please cast your vote.
Can I ask this question?
Wait, 1 second. Okay. That is denied, and this is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Okay.
So if you file an appeal, it'll be appealed on to City Council.
Right.
And if you correct the world, you may be able to convince them that this is an appropriate use.
If we bring in the proper rendering, would that be better?
Without a doubt.
I wouldn't make the appeal without doing that, but staff will tell you exactly how to go through that process.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take a short break.
Thank you very much.
On the appeal,
Yes.
you file that with the city clerk's office, and you say, I hereby request to appeal the decision of the planning commission of the state. If you are going to do the stucco
Yes.
rendering, you can add that, and then we can add a subsequent notice that that waiver is now gone, that you're not requesting that part of the variance.
Right.
So you'll have a compatible structure.
Right.
Then the only one, in regards to the height, the way we computate our height, it's the average distance for a gated roof. This, we put it at 15 because it's such a low slope on here.
Right.
The 3 inches, if you get the variance, could be important later on. You don't want it to be kicked up by the building inspector comes out and says, oh, no, you got 14.7, it's supposed to be, it's 14.8. So we always give you rounded up a little bit for that, by the inches.
Right.
So we realized that the as a gable roof is probably 14.7.
Yeah.
The average height of it is.
But,
It says right on it. It's 14 feet on the side and it's 15 feet in the center.
Right, and according to Title 19, on a gabled roof, you do the average between the two, the high and the low across this, in order to get the height of the building. It's not the lowest
So
part,
it's
it's not the
another
highest part,
variance.
it's the average.
It's another variance then that we need on this.
No, you don't need another variance. We round it up by the inches. If you want us to hold you to the exact inches, we can, on the appeal, we can renotice that. But if you're 1 inch over and the building inspector comes out, you're coming back for a new variance. If you get 15 and it's 14.8, you're okay.
right. Well, we plan
And we
on,
always round up in consideration of that, because out in the field, you never know how it's gonna, I mean, it can vary by an inch or two easy. So that's why we do it.
yeah, we plan on stucco on this, making it real nice, but we
Well, if you
should
wanna
have showed a
submit,
rendering.
if you want to submit, as part of your appeal, a design that shows this being stucco
Right.
and compatible to
Sure.
that part of the variance goes away. And now we're just talking the size and the height.
Right.
So that part goes away.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I figured we should have done that, but we kind of ran out of time.
Well, the easiest part to do is to file the appeal with the clerk's office. If you want, you can, they're on the first floor here, you can also fax it to them.
Yeah.
And they will get you on the appeal, and then you go on to city.
You get the necessary paperwork off the internet to file a appeal?
No, it's just the letter itself. It basically you say, I hereby appeal the decision of the planning commission. You're going to get a letter from us tomorrow. We're going to mail out a letter first thing in the morning saying the action that took place here. When you get that letter, and it'll say, and this is final action, in the city clerk's office within 10 days. Once you get that letter, you can include that as part of it. And all you need to say is, I hereby appeal the decision of the planning commission meetings, decision December 16th, action for the denial of VA or whatever you want it is today, and they'll put you on the agenda.
Right, right.
It's as simple as that. There's no form or anything, it's just a small statement.
Yeah.
I'm going to be straight with you. It just kind of bothers me. My neighbors have no problem what I'm doing. See, there was a gentleman here before, I don't remember his name, talking about his ATVs and stuff. I got vehicles with value. You know what I'm saying? It just...
Well, we need to make this look neighborly, that's right.
Yeah, that goes a long way
Yeah.
for the consideration, the aesthetically compatibility.
in your opinion, if this was stucco, would the...
Well, I can't speak for the
It
commission.
seems like you had a problem with size.
But
your recommendation...
But it was a 4-2 vote. I mean, it wasn't unanimous, so possibly if it was done that way, it would have gotten even closer. So, one of the other commissioners might have an opinion. I know Commissioner Evans, if it's aesthetically compatible, he looks at the other considerations
Sure.
after that, and that is,
Mhm.
and I just know from his past votes, that is his consideration.
Yeah.
So, I think if you file the appeal along with the revised elevation showing the stuff, it goes away. It's another step towards going that direction. For your most likelihood for success.
I'm sorry for bothering with your break and everything, you know what I'm saying, but I mean, we did exactly what we were supposed to do. We sent out, 100 letters?
No, we could do more, and that's what I want to ask him. 2 houses down from his house, and this gentleman got all the permits, everything's approved by the commission. His excessive structure is 22 feet high.
Yeah, well, you have to realize on a variance, each case is considered on its own. One approval doesn't constitute an approval somewhere else.
So taking a picture of his place and bringing it...
No, each one is on its own. What you need to do is focus on your project
Sure.
and do the most you can for the most.
Well, that's what I figured. My project and my immediate neighbors, which have no problem.
Yeah, no, like I said, I can't anticipate which way they're going to go. There's 7 individuals, and
Yeah.
I stopped figuring out how the vote was going to go a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm a concrete tilt-up builder, and I came for commission, actually when Janet Jones was on that commission, way back. And I brought in, like, fully developed pictures of the building I was going to look, painted and everything, and it was no problem. So I think it'll work.
It does, the less variance you have in it, the more likelihood for your
Sure.
success
Yeah.
for success.
Hey, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
You have any
Sorry for
questions?
bothered you.
That's all right.
Thanks.
That's all right. That's what I get paid to do.
Where? There's a wall.
No, the opposite way.
Oh, that's right. I think it's from yellow towards the hair.
Yep.
Like bourbon?
No, way before that.
That's Charles.
I should have read it. So far.
Is that where the food place is?
Better cross the street.
That's where you enter to look at the phone or the shoes or something.
You need to get a medical card.
You've been promoted. Reinstated. I didn't even know.
I have no idea. Oh, I know.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start. We're at item 18, VAR 40150, applicant owner Teresa R. Garcia to allow a 14-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required for an existing two-car carport at 1240 South 10th Street.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has not provided compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the property and has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing the existing carport without obtaining the necessary building permits prior to construction. Therefore, staff recommends denial. If denied, the existing structure would have to be removed or altered to comply with Title 19 prior to application for building permits. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support for this item since publication.
Good evening.
Good evening, folks. My name is Maynard Gonzalez. It's 1240 10th Street. This is Teresa Garcia.
My name is Teresa R. Garcia.
Okay.
And we have some signatures from the neighbors next to us and in front of us. Where does it go?
I'll pick it up just a second.
Center right here, right?
Yeah, right in the center there.
Yeah, thank you. Right, yeah. And we asked them if they had any complaints about it. They said they were very happy that it made the neighborhood look better and everything. Also, I want to show that 1998, September, there's a carport. The carport was there already. It was metal. It didn't look good with the stucco that the house has. So we, the family, decided, ignorance is not an excuse. We decided to make it look better, and we built a two-car port. And we're just here to request for an allowance.
And you've read all the staff's conditions of approval?
Since she lives with herself, and she's trying to do is, if she gets approved, she will file for the permits and everything, get everything by code. But the problem is that she didn't know that if it's going to be accepted or not. So as soon as it's a year, yes or no, she will do that.
Okay. This was advertised a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, a closed public hearing. Commissioner Evans.
Yes, thank you. I believe there are some conditions if this were to be approved. Those conditions, Ms. Wheeler or someone from the staff, I'm assuming that if it were to be approved, it would have to meet all safety standards.
Right, if I may, Chairman and Vice Chair. Condition number 2 should be rewritten to state that all necessary building permits shall be obtained and final inspections shall be completed in compliance with Title 19 and all codes required by buildings, take out in compliance with Title 19, and all codes as required by Building and Safety Department within 90 days.
That'll be fine. Okay. We'll just follow everything.
I do note there are some protests, and you also have some letters of support. The people who are most immediately affected by this, do you have the support from your immediate neighbors?
Yes, I do. Right beside us and in front of us.
Okay.
They approve it.
And you know that if this were approved, they're going to have to assess it to make sure that it's structurally sound and it meets all the other conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Well,
it doesn't have no power, nothing. It's just an structural, and we'll make sure that it's.
Well, the city will make sure that it's structurally sound.
Right, but we'll.
I just want to make one statement. The part of this is the character of the neighborhood. The Huntridge neighborhood is an older historic neighborhood, and when people start adding things that go beyond the setbacks that they're supposed to, or when they're not in character, I think it has a detrimental impact to the people around you. But as long as this is safe and it does look nice, it wouldn't be what I would have chosen if it were me. But so I will. I think you've made somewhat of a point. So I will make a motion for approval of this. But I would caution you or anybody else in your neighborhood. Please go through the process to make sure that it's safe before you get to this point.
She has before, and like I said before, ignorance. It was just ignorance. It was there. We tore it down, built another one.
Got it.
So that's.
Thank you very much. My motion would be for approval with all of the conditions that are listed that you agree to as well.
As amended.
Thank you.
As amended. Thank you.
Is motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote.
Thank you.
And that is approved and is final action in the absence of an appeal. So if there's no appeal in 10 days, you can proceed.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Items 19 and 20 are related items. 19 VAR 40188, applicant AT&T Mobile, owner Pauline Hargraves, to allow an 8-foot setback where residential JC standards require 216-foot setback for a wireless communication facility non-stealth design at 1311 West Owens Avenue. Companion item is SUP 39709 to increase the height of an antenna on an existing 70-foot tall wireless communication facility, non-stealth design, to a maximum height of 72 feet.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to remove and replace 3 antennas on an existing 70-foot tall wireless communication facility. The existing antennas are currently located at the 60-foot center line and have a total height of 70 feet. The replacement antennas will be located with a total height of 72 feet. The increased height results in the need for a variance from Title 1908 residential adjacency setback standards, and the applicant has provided no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances that would substantiate the requested variance. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. If denied, the tower would remain as it is or would have to be redesigned to meet all Title 19 requirements.
Good evening.
Good evening. Jason Freyer, 6 Sunset Way, on behalf of the applicant, AT&T. What we do have here is we do have an existing structure. We are swapping out antennas. It's a little different than I'm used to, except for new builds. We're not extending the tower. Yes, in fairness, we are swapping out antennas that happen to be 2 feet longer to provide for expanded technology, to help with interference and control signal. Outside of that, I'm sure most of you have probably driven by the site. I know I've driven by it several times myself and have had several experiences with it. It's not a pretty site. So, but my point of this is we are open to suggestions from the Planning Commission and from staff of what we can do, because what we are trying to do is provide expanded technology for data and wireless services along with mobile, and that's what these antennas do. So outside of exchanging out for, say, a monopine, I'm not really sure what else to do. It will remain there regardless, so my client is open to suggestions.
Tear it down.
Okay. This was advertised public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close public hearing. Commissioner Goins.
Commissioner, thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I think the applicant said it itself. It's probably the ugliest tower I've seen in town.
It's not the ugliest, but it's getting there.
And it definitely is an eyesore.
Yes.
And from what your request tonight was to improve all the technology and upgrades
Correct.
that AT&T feels to make their service better, but I've yet to hear AT&T or your client mention anything about the aesthetics and the neighborhood. And so without any concern for the neighborhood and just for their own product, at this time I will not be able to support either one of your requests.
Well, that's one of the reasons we did come to the board. We did not hold a meeting before this or anything. When we got staff's report on Friday, it's a little different, like I said, than we normally do. And changing out antennas and some aspects are straight to BP. Different jurisdictions have different processes. So we weren't sure how staff was going to either support this or deny it. Basically, we kind of would like the input, if you will, from the board. I mean, if you would approve something that would be a monopine, we would take that back to my client, which they've already indicated that they would be okay with doing, with changing out from non-stealth to stealth. But
I think you and your client are very aware. I mean, you're asking me, but I would think that you know all of the aesthetically pleasing designs that are out there, and I think AT&T should step up to the plate and be a big boy and bring in something that's aesthetically pleasing.
If you would like to give me a continuance, I would love to bring it back. And I'd love to have the opportunity to meet with neighbors to go over it, because the idea of changing it out would be something that I would rather meet with neighbors if I'm going to change something out to a new design.
Yeah.
I would just ask for that in all fairness.
What's going to change?
I hear you, but I don't hear you. And I know this is the Yuletide season and the gift of giving.
I would ask for a little forgiveness.
But I'm just going to have to be Scrooge this evening and follow staff's recommendation on item 19 for denial.
Any other comments? Commissioner?
Just real quick, Mr.
Flanagan?
Chairman. We've had several of these come back before, and we have approved them if the applicant has gone back and put it in a situation where it is aesthetically pleasing. So with that said, I would ask that you withdraw your motion, Commissioner Goins, and let's give them some time to figure out, because like he said, if we don't approve this right now, it's just going to stay there an ugly hole that it is. If we can table it, give him some time to meet with his client, meet with the neighbors, get something there that's not just this ugly site. It might be better well served to continue it for a little while.
And that's all I would ask.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes, Commissioner Evans.
Rather than obeying it, I would not disagree with you, Commissioner Flangus, but my thought is to table or strike it. Let them work it out. Let them figure out what's more aesthetically pleasing, what everybody can live with, what the city might even be able to support, and then come back here.
Well, given the parcel and the separation distances on the parcel, I don't think staff would support it regardless. I don't think we can meet the separation distance from the residential. It's a pretty small lot.
Nope.
So that's my concern. I mean, this site was built
But
in
it could
1995.
It could be designed stealth, it could be...
Correct.
Conceivably, you'd look at other options. I don't know what to tell you, but...
I would just like the opportunity to continue, and if we can't work it out, then we could either withdraw it or move forward, or...
But I'm trying to send a message. You need to work these things out before you come here.
Right.
And my
I
thought is,
agree.
you have that opportunity. Let's table it or strike it. You figure it out, and then you come back here and give it your best shot. I mean, I wouldn't mind necessarily pushing the green button, but I want a better,
Like I said, normally we would get a lot of these things done first. This is a little out of the norm, is why it hasn't. So we weren't, like I said, we weren't sure exactly how staff was going to support it or not. So that was something that, we didn't have a foresight. So I apologize. It's not the due diligence on my
but
part.
see, you say staff support it. I want the support of the neighborhood.
I agree, and that's one of the reasons I asked for the continuance to go through and to do it with.
Well, my
with the
thing is,
self-design.
it should have been done before. So
Okay.
the implication coming in now was, we had no inkling to go and talk to the neighborhood. We're just going to come put our upgraded design because it benefits us, AT&T, and Mike. We don't care about the community. We just want cell service. That's what it implies. That's why my reason is for denial.
Then can we strike this and remove it without prejudice? And we'll come back and
You can do that,
refile
certainly.
and-
You surely may.
Okay, if we could remove it without prejudice, we'll work with our client and our A&E, and we'll meet with neighbors and see what's more palatable.
So if
Let
you
me
would amend your motion?
Let me amend my motion to strike item 19 without
Withdraw without
prejudice.
prejudice.
Without prejudice.
Strike or withdraw without prejudice.
Correct.
Okay. Just strike without prejudice, item 19. That's my motion.
What's a strike without prejudice?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
There seems to be some question as to whether we strike the item or withdraw the item. The point is, the applicant wants the ability to come back without waiting a year. Whether we use the term strike or withdraw, it doesn't matter. The point is, the commission needs to take a vote to remove this from the agenda so the applicant knows that he's got to refile an application in the future. So you choose the term strike, or the applicant withdraws. Either way, we get to where we need to be.
And if we sorry, one question. If we do withdraw, we don't have to wait the year timeline to come back, correct? Okay.
Right.
So if we're withdrawing, then you'll vote to accept his withdrawal.
Okay.
That's the motion. Is that the motion, Commissioner Gold?
Well, the first motion I think we voted on, I used the word strike.
Sorry.
Is that correct?
Strike, withdraw, same thing.
Without prejudice. Okay, so that's on item 19. Withdraw without prejudice, correct?
Okay, please cast your vote. And that is withdrawn. Item 20.
Item 20, make a motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Please cast your vote. Watch this. And that is withdrawn.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you to have your client consider something.
Yes, sir.
Because I think it's the holiday season. We continue to get these applications for the antennas, and we know that technology is changing. But I've never seen, at least in this community, it may have happened elsewhere, where the industry reaches out to design professionals and give some parameters, and maybe hold a real design competition to come up with the next generation of how these antennas could fit within our community. Not the stealth by flagpole or stealth by obtrusive green tree or straight trunked palm tree that never moves, but I really would like to see AT&T maybe take the lead, because you guys are one of the largest providers in this valley. We have a great architectural school, we have great design people in this community and throughout the Southwest, and come up with maybe some creative designs that we could say, hey, these fit in certain areas that make this very easy for us to get these through.
And we do some of that. Just to be fair, we do actually reach out to design professionals. There are different techniques and things. Cost, unfortunately, comes to bear sometimes. And then, like this one, as a prime example, it's something that was existing.
Yeah. And some areas are more appropriate than others, but I think the industry could open itself up to the community a lot greater that way.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Item 21, SUP 39886, applicant owner Bel Air RG LLC for a proposed 21,900 square foot auto repair garage major with a waiver to allow service bays to face public right-of-way at 1715 and 1735 Fremont Street. Reese.
Mr. Chairman, previously, the site was occupied by a non-conforming auto garage major, which went out of business on 2309. The non-conforming status subsequently expired, and a new special use permit is required. Staff is recommending denial of the request, as the use cannot meet the minimum special use permit requirements. Please note that on previous site plans, the applicant did show an additional parcel, 13935312062, as vehicle storage. This site is zoned C1, which vehicle storage is not permitted. There is a condition of approval that would advises the applicant that they cannot store vehicles at this location. Please note we have received one additional protest after publication.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Happy holidays. Ray Coragli, 3055 Via Serafina Drive, Henderson, Nevada, 89052. I'm here to represent the owner on behalf of ERG. I know the staff has recommended denial, but this site has been built since 1950s and always has been used as a auto repair, auto dealership, and as the staff just mentioned, they already has the use permit, but since they have left and there was no tenants to bring in for the last couple of years, so now we were fortunate in this economy to find a tenant in order to, lease this space, and that's what we're asking for.
Okay, this was advertised a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This is my stomping ground. This is my neighborhood. The city has gone through all kinds of special deals to rehab Fremont Street. Bless your heart, Director Wheeler. I mean, palm trees down the middle, trees on the side, really, really nice. This thing is 50 or 60 years old. It's a conglomerated mess. It needs to be torn down. Now is the time. They can always say it's the economy. How far do we have to drop our standards to accommodate the economy? At some point, there has to be a cutoff point where we don't go any further. It's time for this to go, and this is the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Just 1 second, Mr. Krugly. Just so I make this disclosure, because it doesn't affect how I'll vote on this in any way, but last summer, Mr. Crowley's daughter had an internship in my office with one of my agents through the high school that she goes to. Again, I don't believe it affects my ability to vote, but I did want to put that on the record.
Thank you. Well, she's in LA now, going to college. Thank you. Mr. Foley just mentioned that we all blame it in economy, but the facts are the fact. It is what it is. And this site, when there is over $25,000 of a mortgage payment, property taxes, utilities, all other stuff that goes with it, and this site, it has been. Now, if Mr. Foley talking about trees or landscaping and any condition that the staff might see fit, we can, follow the recommendation. But in order to come and tear it down, it's not that simple. So there's family to be fed, and the owners are, struggling. There is only one tenant in that whole entire property is bringing $1,600 a month versus $25,000 mortgage payment and property taxes.
Commissioner Evans? Or, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Rex Henriot, 3910 Pecos McLeod. I'm the owner's representative locally here to help lease up the property. And our proposed tenant, or that we're trying to accommodate here, is only seeking a small portion of the property. I might not have it situated correctly, but it's the northwest corner of the property in the back by the alleyway. About 2,500 square feet of the entirety. And that was the original intent of the special use permit application, was to accommodate his business, which is a body shop. He takes cars from auction, and then will do whatever he needs to do to get them prepared to resale with no paint. He's not going to do any kind of painting on the property. But it was suggested by the owner that in addition to this application for this small part of the property, to go ahead and try to get the entire property under a special use permit, maybe in order to, or in effect to try to attract more potential tenants down the road. Reading the staff's approval for denial, that was probably too ambitious to try to get the entire property. But the most important part is the portion of the property that we're suggesting here, the northwest back corner. It's isolated. It's small metal. It's 5 unit bays, approximately 400 square foot each, that are individually. They have individual garage doors on them. It's all metal. It's in the back part of the property. It's securely fenced with on all sides. And if there's any recommendation to, or any concern that there might be some cars that are in the process of being remodeled or rehabbed on the property, to maybe put some tarps up around that secured fencing to even additionally hide the use from any kind of streets. That the applicant would, or the applicant would not be opposed to any of that. Thank you.
I just have one quick question. How long have you owned this property?
Commissioner, it's not my property. It's the owner's, and he has owned it for last 4
or 5 years.
4 or 5 years.
Okay. And so it was vacant when he purchased it? Like
No,
this?
it's been operated as as I said, since it's been built, it has been for the last 40, 50 years operated as the auto sales, mechanic shop, auto repair, transmission, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm just curious about a soils report might need to be done on the
That's not going to be a
property.
problem. We can do a phase 1, phase 2.
Thank you. It's up to
You're
the
welcome.
commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I looked at this earlier and I was somewhat perplexed because I thought I would perhaps support it in the fact that there was previously a business there, even though it was a non-conforming auto garage major. But I'm looking at the staff report, and as much as I know you all want to, operate a business there, I can't help but to think that somewhere we really missed the boat on allowing auto garages and auto repair, and in this case, service bays that face the street. It's Fremont Street. we've got all those great things at the Fremont East Entertainment District, and they're trying to redevelop the eastern portion. We have lofts coming in, we have new restaurants down there, and essentially you've got what the staff report says, they're recommending denial of the request, and they can't meet, because you can't meet the minimum standards. And then they go on to talk about the use of chain link fencing and razor wire, which is aesthetically incompatible with the surrounding development. And I would have to agree with Mr. Farlow. As much as I know you want to run a business, it seems like a very inappropriate place in the redevelopment area to have a major car repair facility with bays that face right out onto Fremont Street. We've got all that landscaping going in the median. We've got all of that money that we've put in to make Fremont Street from where you are and east and west as well look great. And we're going to put in another auto garage? It doesn't make sense to me. And my thought is, you know, I know it's difficult from a business perspective, but that's not our issue. I think there's a lot of things that you could do with that parcel that could be great. And as difficult as this is in some respects, I think the fact that it's in the redevelopment area, it doesn't, in my mind, do anything to, it is in the redevelopment area, is it not, Ms. Wheeler? I can't imagine that an auto garage major would do anything to inspire redevelopment. So my motion would be to follow the recommendation of the staff for denial of this item. Thank you.
If I may, what kind of a use would you suggest?
I'm not going to make a suggestion to you, but look around. I mean, I don't want to debate it, but I'm thinking it's closed. I'm sorry, did someone make a comment?
Well, I understand the Fremont Street, it's been beautified and all the way up to about 6th Street or 7th Street. But as you go down up to here, it's all either beat-up motels that they're drugs and this and that, and also auto dealership, mechanic shop. So,
and isn't that pitiful? Isn't that pitiful? We got Fremont Street, and we got.
Sorry, it is. But so that's why.
So we're going to zone. We're going to allow a special use permit for yet another auto facility, an auto repair facility major with bays that face Fremont Street that don't meet any of our standards. This wouldn't fly anywhere else in this community where we're trying to redevelop it.
We have no problem if we get the standard and go by whatever the recommendation is, or if the staff come and say, well, turn around, the bay should be not facing the Fremont Street and has to be beautification and has to have landscaping, or you have to do this and that. We don't have that yet. We don't know what your expectations are. If we have that, then we can come back and say, okay, we'll do that.
Ms. Wheeler, would you comment, please?
If I may, the staff would be happy to work with you, and certainly we have are perfectly happy to discuss with you ways to make improvements and to meet the goals of the redevelopment area.
If I might add something shortly. The bays that you're referencing as facing Fremont, those aren't the bays that the proposed tenant's looking to occupy. These are you had a picture earlier that shows.
Unfortunately, your application includes the entire parcel.
But we'd be willing to amend just to allow the use for these particular bays. It's 1715 Fremont.
We can't carve up, or we won't carve up the application here in front of the thing. There is a motion for denial. If you'd like to withdraw it and meet with staff and come up with a new plan, meeting the design standards of the Centennial Plan or this area, I think that would be appropriate. If you want, the motion is for denial, and we'll act upon it.
Yes, we would like to withdraw and then come back, meet with the staff and what the recommendations are.
Okay. Would you amend your application? Or your motion? Withdraw without?
I will withdraw the motion. Someone else can make the other. I will withdraw the motion.
Okay. We need a motion to accept the applicant's withdrawal.
Mr. Chairman, move to make a motion to accept the applicant's request for withdrawal of item 21 without prejudice.
Okay. There is a motion. Please cast your vote. And that is withdrawn. We'll see you again.
Thank you very much. Happy holiday.
All right.
Thank you.
Item 23 and 24 are related items. 23, SUP 40121, applicant BJ's Restaurant Operating Company, owner Centennial Center LLC, for a proposed 9,018 square foot supper club use at 5881 Centennial Center Boulevard, Town Center Zone. Item 24, SDR 40122, applicant BJ's Restaurant Operation Company, owner Centennial Center LLC, for a proposed 8,376 square foot supper club.
Mr. Chairman, the site is currently an undeveloped portion of a larger commercial subdivision. Staff supports the requested waiver as the unique shape of the site and the arrangement of the existing parking lot makes the addition of 2 functional landscape islands difficult. In addition, the applicant is providing 29% landscaped open space where 20% is required to offset any perceived deficiency in landscaping. Staff recommends approval of the request as the development is in substantial compliance with the Town Center Development Standards Manual, the Centennial Center Design Guidelines, and Title 19 requirements. If denied, the previously approved entitlements for a 10,000 square foot tavern with restricted gaming would remain until January 18, 2011, unless additional extensions of time are approved. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support for these items since publication.
Good evening. I'm Joan Legay. I'm with BJ's Restaurants, and I'm happy to be here tonight. I just thought I'd give you just a little bit of background on BJ's and the project that we're proposing. In case you're not familiar with BJ's, we're a publicly traded company. We're based in Huntington Beach, California, and we are operating here in Henderson and Summerlin, and we also have a location in Sparks, which is actually our 100th restaurant opening this year. We celebrated it here in Nevada. We're very happy to be operating in Nevada. We've done well here, and we're excited about trying to open another restaurant here. We are very fortunate in that, in spite of this very difficult economy, BJ's has been really a leader in our segment of the restaurant business. We have been able to continue to grow and lead the polished casual dining segment. We are, our restaurant, in case you haven't been to one, features an extensive menu, including our signature deep dish pizzas. We have a full line of appetizers, generously proportioned salads, hamburgers, entrees, and of course our famous Pizookie dessert. We also have a large selection of our own handcrafted beers. The project that we want to talk about tonight is a new location. We'd be in the Centennial Center. It's Pad N. We're proposing a brand new ground up restaurant, about 8,500 square feet. We'll be seating about 260 guests inside the restaurant and about an additional 48 guests on an outdoor patio. The exterior of the building will be very beautiful. It'll be of all high-quality stones and slate materials and a rich color palette as well. We will employ approximately 240 people in this restaurant. We'll be hiring locally from the community, which I think is probably a good boost for all of us. We have read through the conditions of approval for both the site development permit and the special use permit, and we're in agreement with those conditions. And tonight I'm here to ask your support of our SDP and SUP applications, and I'd also like to request that tonight's be a final action because we are very anxious to get this building under construction. We've slated this for a May opening. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the project. Thank you.
Okay, this was advertised as a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one will close public hearing. Commissioners, comments? Commissioner
Mr. Chairman, I think this is, I think she's made a very compelling case. Kind of made me hungry when you're going down the menu. I've had the angel hair pasta. I almost want to ask when y'all going to put the collard green, black-eyed peas, and succotash on the menu. But with any further ado, I'd be proud to make a motion for approval of item 23, subject to all staff's recommendation condition.
There is a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved. Item 24.
Item 24, move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all recommendations and conditions.
Please cast your vote. And that is approved. These items are final action in the absence of an appeal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Item 25, SUP 40169, applicant, The Verdict's Inn, owner, El Octane Limited Partnership for a beer wine cooler on sale establishment use, including 200 square feet of outdoor seating for an existing 1,903 square foot restaurant at 801 South Las Vegas Boulevard.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site contains an existing restaurant within a mixed-use development. The applicant is proposing to add 2 outside seating areas and is requesting a beer wine cooler on sale use in conjunction with the restaurant. Staff recommends approval of the request as the proposed use complies with Title 1904 minimum special use permit requirements and can be conducted in a manner that is compatible with existing and surrounding land uses. Please note that there are additional letters of support and concern for this item since publication.
Hear from the applicant.
Maggie Cup, 2409 Carly Drive. And we too, it must be restaurant night, we too are very excited to be part of the redevelopment area and very excited to get some great action back on that corner again.
There are, believe some conditions, is that correct, Ms. Wheeler? Conditions for approval, the staff's recommending approval?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Have you read through the report, and do you agree with it all?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you very much.
I'd like to request too that this be final action.
Thank you. Let the director address that
Okay.
Later. Thank you very much. We'll open the public hearing.
Todd Farlow, I just want to say I like that name, The Verdict's Inn. I mean,
We do too. We love it.
It really hits that area.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, close public hearing. Commissioners, comments?
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of item 25, SUP 40169, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Here's a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that is final action in the absence of an appeal.
Great, thank you.
May I ask you a quick question? I understand that above that building are apartments. You definitely live up there?
Do I?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Okay. I thought you were one of those owners that could just come downstairs to the business.
No, no, no.
That'd be neat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 26, MSP 40138, applicant owner WMCV Phase 1 LLC et al. To add 11 on-premise wall signs totaling 232,400 square feet on 8 building faces within an existing commercial development with waivers to the Downtown Centennial Plan Parkway Center signage standards at 455, 475, and 495 South Grand Central Parkway.
Mr. Chairman, the signs as proposed will be pressure-sensitive vinyl wraps that will cover a significant area of 8 different facades. This amendment, if approved, would allow for each sign to be removable and interchangeable with respect to dimensions and areas requested. Note that this is for on-premise signage, and this application is not for any off-premise signage at this time. As the signs would exceed the restriction of the Downtown Centennial Plan Parkway Center District, the applicant proposes to waive the requirements for height and area standards. In addition to requiring waivers, the signs are not compatible with the scale of the development in the surrounding area. Staff is recommending denial. If denied, the existing approved master plan would remain unchanged and no additional signage may be installed on the site without first amending the master sign plan.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
where we respect and appreciate.
We need your name first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jessica Green of 495 South Grand Central Parkway on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
And again, how we respect and appreciate staff's work on this, we respectfully disagree.
Chairman, microphone, please.
Where all of you are familiar with the World Market Center, it's gigantic. It's 5.1 million square feet. So where the current Parkway Center standards would allow for a 10 by 5 sign, 50 square feet would be dwarfed with the World Market Center. And in the past, the city has graciously awarded some waivers to World Market Center in respect to their signage. And where we have obtained those waivers, we've always done it in a tasteful manner and have been very successful in our signage. The type of signage that we're requesting is actually currently approved for a garage, and we're just seeking to take the signage from the garage onto the buildings. And just in an end note, I'm sure you guys are aware this signage is approved in the county, and we'd like to bring it into the city to incentivize some business growth in the city downtown area. And we'd be proud to be the example on how to do that correctly. We're a conservative business and don't have any interest in doing anything outside of the norm. One condition, we've read and accept all of staff's conditions, but condition 8 does mention ground-mounted bases, and where all of our requested signage is wall-mounted. So we'd just like to note that. So if any, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anybody wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. On the garage, they'd be fine, but on the buildings, I can't go for something like that. It's just too much.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Commissioners, comments?
Just
Commissioner.
briefly, I just worry that, and I hope the day doesn't come, and I hope the World Market Center does great, and you're constantly advertising what you're selling and what's coming up, and the dates of the center when it's going to be open. But my concern is, with the economy not really changing, but still going down. What if somebody comes to your boss or owner and says, for $40,000 a month, let me have this side of the building, and I'm going to advertise. And I'm just throwing this name out there because I can only think of it, but like an Olympic Gardens or Treasures, and I don't really want to be driving down the freeway looking at your beautiful buildings and seeing this. And I don't think there's any way you can convince me, because there's nothing we can write in a condition, because I've really investigated this over the last few weeks, that can tell you what not to put on your building. And unfortunately, it's very hard for me to support this item, not because I don't trust you, but because I don't trust the economy. Thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Yes, you mentioned that these signs are currently in place on the garage, and you want to move them to the building. Is that meaning you're taking existing signs and eliminating them and transferring over to another place, or are these 11 in addition to the ones that are currently in place on the parking?
I apologize for misspeaking. There would be 11 additional signs in addition to the, I believe it's 5 that are approved for the garage facade.
Thank you. And I do note for the record that your initial request letter and within the staff report, it does mention you would only be advertising on-premise businesses.
Absolutely, Commissioner, only on premise.
We're not expecting Little Darlings or anything to rent one of your buildings?
No, sir.
I didn't think so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
5.
We can delete our condition 8. It's a typical condition we have for master sign plans where they are possibly on the site and could interfere with site visibility. In this situation, it doesn't apply, and we can therefore be deleted.
Okay. Any other comments? I have a couple questions, because we do have some other items on the agenda this evening that relate to this, and I think it's important for us all to kind of keep focus. And I I understand what you're looking to bring forward here. As a meeting venue, if I go by the convention center, during a show that's there, like the Concrete Expo or SEMA or any of these other big shows, there's a lot of point of placement advertising related to those shows. And if I understand this application correctly, that's what you're looking to do in an on-premise type environment. This isn't an off-premise at all, right?
No, Chairman Commissioner Truesdell. We are only seeking on-premise signage. There will be no off-premise signage at all. In fact, we didn't even intend to be on the same level as that item, so this is completely separate.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt, but I think we need to be very clear about what you mean by on-premise versus off-premise. I'm looking at the advertising that's on the screen, and it appears to me that a lot of this is off-premise. Barney's New York is not currently part of the World Market Center.
Right. And you're absolutely correct. When we get into the details of where we head here, the on-premise nature, because when a similar request came through years ago on the fashion show for exterior kind of placement, it restricted on-premise, products sold, products normally associated with. Now, if Barney's of New York has a furniture line that's sold through one of your vendors there, then I would see that to be an appropriate on-premise venue. If you put up, Ford Miata, or they don't even make that anymore, any of that shit, those cars. But
if I may address what we submitted, we requested this from another department. We didn't have the capability to put these together, and I don't think that maybe we weren't clear in what we requested for them. So this is just a prototype. It's not at all what we're planning to do. This was just something that we could, a rendering that we could show you where we wanted the signage. So the off-premise signage that's depicted in the renderings is not what we're seeking at all.
Thank you. And in that regard, I think I can support it because I see this as similar to it's an event venue. And if you have a jewelry manufacturer sells a particular watch and that watch is on the side of the building for a show, I think that's where I see on-premise to be. And that gives you some latitude product-wise, but I think at such point as you go beyond that, it'll be very glaring, and obviously you have owners that are very committed to the community, and they'll need something in the future, and it's all in how do we keep our commitments. I can tell you, if you go by City Center, where they've got big retailers and they've done this type of display ads that are specific to individuals, it can be dynamic. I can point out 101 locations across the country where it can be the worst thing we ever did. So we're venturing into this because we have certain buildings that I think this fits on, but it's still going to be tenuous on the commitments of the property owners to meet the highest levels of the community.
Excuse me, Mr. Lewis, is there something we can write in there that stipulates the cans and cannots of this type of signage? Because I think it's a great idea. I'm just worried,
Yeah. I'll ask the director to opine, but I think that our Title 19 has a clear enough definition of on-premise and off-premise that will give guidance to the owners of the World Market Center.
If I may, and thank you, that's correct. In this case, it's a master sign plan, which is only on-site signage. Were they to choose to or request to do off-site, that's a whole other application. This only allows on-site, and as the chairman indicated, that is to deal with goods that are sold on-site. And that's why he gave the example of a car, albeit a car that no longer exists, but nonetheless a car that would not be sold on-site. So that would not be allowed. Nor would the advertisements for businesses elsewhere. restaurants on the strip or something like that would not be allowed. This would only be allowed to be for uses that are, and goods that are sold on this site.
So Director Willow, there is a,
This application itself is for on-site signage only.
so if the on-site signage were to change, they'd have to come back here?
No, they can change to anything, the content can be anything that they sell on that site. If they choose, if they want to try to have off-site advertising, that is billboard-type advertising for uses elsewhere, or goods clearly not sold on site like cars, that would require another application, and they would have to come back
Oh,
before this
okay.
commission.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, if it makes you feel any better, I drive by those buildings every morning on the way to work, and I understand the definition of on-site versus off-site. So I would be sure to speak to our planning director.
We're all willing to help monitor the content.
Thank you.
It's hard to miss.
Ready for a motion?
Yes, if you have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on item 26, MSP 40138, move for approval, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions, and at the request of Public Works to remove condition number 8.
Okay, there is a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is final action in the absence of appeal, and you did very well on your first
Thank you.
time before us.
I must commend you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You'll be on YouTube in the morning. Just kidding.
Item 27, SDR 40069, applicant owner Kazmir Teofilov for an existing outside storage lot with chain link fencing and barbed wire where such material is prohibited, and a waiver to allow a perimeter landscape buffer within a width of 0 feet along the north perimeter where 10 feet is required, and 0 feet along the east and west perimeters where 8 feet is required at 3020 Contract Avenue.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed development serves as the vehicle storage lot for an automotive repair business located at 3029 Contract Avenue, approximately 80 feet to the northeast of the subject site. The applicant is requesting a waiver of Title 1912 to allow no landscaping where a 10-foot wide landscape buffer is required, and is also requesting that chain link and razor wire be approved as part of the site plan review. Staff is recommending denial of the request as it fails to meet the minimum requirements of Title 19.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Krasimir Teofilov, 1943 Golden Vista Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm going to try to be very brief. Just want to point, this is a very unusual situation because this is existing business since 1988.
Yeah, a little louder.
Sorry. I just want to say a couple of things and I'm going to try to be very brief. This is very unusual situation because this is existing business. Not that they make it right, but this is 1988. It has a new application for new business. This is nothing to do with new application. We'll have all the license to do business. I own the property directly across the street from this, and we'll be using this empty lot to storage the cars all those years, never knowing that we'll need separate license to be able to park the cars and the property we'll own across the street from the main repair shop and facility. And that's, I understand it's our mistake, it's honest mistake, it's lack of knowledge why we didn't apply before for these licenses. And you know better than me, if you applied 10 or 15, 20 years ago, since we started the business, could be way more easy to obtain those licenses than now with all the change of code and regulations in the city. So I don't know what else to say, but this is just parking space we'll use to park cars overnight. We don't do any type of repairs. There is no garbage, there is no trash. We'll take proud how we'll keep the property nice and clean. You can look, the main building will operate. I have some pictures, I believe you do have some pictures. I have all the neighborhood support, all the business owners in the neighborhood, all the property owners, they support the application. I mean, obviously, wherever you guys decide, I'm willing to work with you forever. You say I need to change, I'm willing to do the change in order to obtain this variance and licensing to be able to continue to use and operate the business the way it is.
Okay. You've read all of staff's as approved conditions and in agreement with them?
To be honest with you, no. I met with the planning a couple of times. They explained to me, I didn't hear anybody to say anything against. And they say this is first step I'm taking here. They tell me I need to come in front of you. And
I think they're pretty standard, and I would be happy to read them in if you want to.
but like I say, if whatever I need to do to get this approved, I'm willing to do it. I mean,
Well, Chairman, let's get him a copy of the conditions before he agrees to them.
And Mr. Chairman, while we're doing that, staff did want to amend condition number 4 to read as follows: within 90 days, if approved, within 90 days, all necessary permits shall be obtained and final inspections shall be completed in compliance with the, and final inspections shall be completed.
Okay. This was advertised public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. What I'm afraid of is turning this area into a ghetto. I mean, we've got the brand-new Roy Martin, the two-story school down there, and we've got the Chuck Maker that we put a lot of money in. It's all fixed up now. The Spectrum Industrial Park across Mojave there is really nice. And there's this one area in there that is just, well, again, I'm afraid we're going to turn this into a ghetto, and that's where I am.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Evans?
First of all, I want to thank you for all of the letters of support. It looked like you really went out of your way to get the concurrence of those who are most around you. And the stories that I've heard is that you're a very cooperative applicant and probably one of the best property owners around there in terms of maintenance. The only real issue I have is the razor wire and that fencing. Are you committed to that?
if you ask me to take it off or replace it with something else, I will do it.
Is there, and just from the staff's perspective, are there some relatively easy and affordable options? Because I noticed that part of the parcel has a different kind of a fencing. Ms. Wheeler?
If I may, wrought iron is the alternative, but that's certainly more costly than chain link.
Have you ever looked into the cost associated with wrought iron? Or
No.
some other kind of fencing?
To be honest with you, no, but like I say, I mean, if I don't have other options, I'm willing to do it whatever you guys ask me to do. Change the
Okay.
type of fence you. But if that could possibly be just on the, you like to be on the facing the contract, because one of the site, not this picture,
Yes,
but
what
maybe-
I'm most concerned about is just the streetscape look, because unlike the application that we had earlier, and I would disagree somewhat with the speaker, Mr. Farlow, this is an industrial area with a lot of industrial uses. It's not really more of a tourist corridor or a major redevelopment effort. So
You're right, it's
I would
strictly
really like to
industrial.
see this approved. I'd just like to see if there isn't some way we can get something to make this look a little bit better so that it isn't entirely chain link and razor wire.
Okay. May I just show one picture on my property, because the gentleman said
Please.
he looks like
Mr. Rankin or Ms. Wheeler, any suggestions that how we could move this forward and I could get a level of comfort that I don't have in terms of the razor
It
wire?
looks like a ghetto and stuff like this, and I really take a pride of all the properties I own in that neighborhood. I own 3 properties in this neighborhood. You guys can come anytime, inspect any of the property. There is no graffitiing, there is no dirt, there is no trash, there is nothing like this. I do it in my own, with my own people who work for me.
Okay. Any thoughts, or is this something
Well,
that,
through you, Mr. Chairman, possibly you could replace the 3 strands of barbed wire with possibly additional chain link that would provide the security that the applicant's looking for and would be a little more attractive. But as the director indicated, the best option would be the wrought iron fencing.
and what portion of it are we talking about in terms of the wrought iron?
You would have to go the whole thing, which would be very costly.
Just to mention that one of the site, I'm property line facing the huge metal building, which is right here in this picture. If you see it, this building is built right in my property line. So one of the sites, I don't think is needed anything. On the back end of the property, far down, it's one of those antenna, satellite, mobile antennas, which is have like a brick type of wall. And if we can maybe go to the compromise here, maybe do just the front to contract maybe with the iron, and I can remove all the other on the top wire.
I would be comfortable with that.
If I can
If we
be
could
able to do
craft
this,
that.
because it's very costly to do the whole property around.
I understand.
And if I can do just the side facing the street, if that's enough for the city, and this is only one block street. It's
Right, understand.
Strictly
I understand, I
industrial.
understand.
Built in the 60s,
You got my vote
70s.
here.
I mean, I don't know. You ask me, I will do it, but let's be reasonable.
Okay.
I don't speak Spanish, just for the record.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, and if I can get the staff to help me craft some language of the motion, I think you understand what I'm seeking. And, sir, there are 8 conditions. I think they gave you copies. I think some of them are fairly standard, but we'll need to amend them as they read into the record. Mr. Rankin or Ms. Wheeler, can you help me? But my motion would be for approval of your site development review with a few amendments. And Mr. Rankin?
I would add a condition that wrought iron fencing shall be installed along the street frontage along Contract Avenue.
Okay. And you're
Subject to
agree-
approval of,
Subject to approval of planning
and upon issuance of building permits?
and upon issuance of building
Right,
permits.
and that would be so that you could administratively work with that.
Absolutely.
So you can live with that?
Absolutely. I just
Good.
want to ask you something here. I didn't read them all carefully, but on the landscaping part, it say number 8. Does that mean we'll need to put any landscaping, or we'll talk about all this later? There is none of the neighbor have any landscaping on their properties.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, I can.
Public Works?
Yeah, that condition's in there just in case we require landscaping at this meeting. If no
Right.
landscaping is going to be required, we can delete.
You're right, so we can eliminate that. Condition number 8, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So do we have the motion clear, or?
Okay, let me rephrase it for you.
Thank you.
The motion is for approval, subject to all staff's condition, with the deletion of condition 8 and the added condition to install wrought iron fencing along Contract Avenue.
And the
frontage.
amended condition number 4.
And the
as read.
amended condition
And then
4.
the amended condition number 4.
Okay.
If there are no other comments or questions, please cast your vote. And that is approved, and that is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10
Thank
days.
you to all of you. Have
Thank
a
you.
nice holidays.
Thank you. Item 28, SDR 40119, applicant owner Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, for 2 existing 1,400 square foot modular office buildings with a waiver to allow a perimeter landscape buffer width of 0 feet along a portion of the north perimeter where 8 feet is required at 501 North Lamb Boulevard.
Mr. Chairman, the existing buildings were approved as temporary structures in 2003, but are still present on the site today. Approval of this request would allow the structures to remain for an additional 2 years, after which time a required review at a public hearing shall be required to extend the approval. Staff recommends denial as the structures have been on site for an extended period of time and are not harmonious or compatible with the surrounding development in the area. If the request is denied, the applicant will be required to remove the modular office buildings from the subject site.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dan Deardahl. I'm here for the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters at 501 North Lamb. I am the property overseer. Yes, the trailers have been there for way beyond the original use, and I know it was discussed earlier that we shouldn't use the economy necessarily as a reason. And just a little background, if I may, from the staff report. In July of 2000, we actually came and sought a building permit. Our intention was to build a new facility on that property. In fact, on the very piece of vacant land that these trailers now sit on. In the intervening time between then and 03, when we got the temporary use permit or the temporary permit to have those modular buildings there, was a changed leadership in our organization, and their model is to build freeway frontage. If you go down to Phoenix, you go to Albuquerque, you drive down Highway or Interstate 10 through Ontario, you'll see these large carpenter facilities built freeway frontage, and that was the intention in Las Vegas. Well, I don't have to tell you what happened in 04, 05, 06, 07 when the real estate prices for the type of property we were looking at just shot through the ceiling. And yeah, we should have come back in 05 and sought another site development review, et cetera. But 05, 06, the main function that we were performing at 501 North Lamb was attempting to satisfy the demand for manpower caused by the city center, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so we didn't notice that they had expired. Nobody came and saw us that they had expired until code compliance showed up in September of this year and informed us we were out of compliance. So yes, we still think they're temporary, but we have a solution. And that is that our international union has offered to sell a piece of property immediately adjacent to our facility south of the airport off of Gillespie Road. They own the property that Alamo Rental Car sits on right now, and Alamo has agreed to give a portion of that back off of their 99-year lease because they now have the consolidated rental car facility on the other side of the 215 there, where they can store a lot of their cars that they used to simply store on that big flat lot there at Hidden Wells Road and Placid.
How much longer are you seeking to have them used?
Well, the problem that we have now, and it's that the permission for a superior labor organization to sell land to a subordinate of theirs has to be made by the Department of Labor. And we've had this now in front of the DOL for approximately a year, and we have not yet been informed whether or not that sale can in fact take place. I have no reason to believe that it won't. There's no
Give
We're
me
not
an
hiding
idea.
anything.
2 years, 3
2
years?
years. I think that within the 2-year period, we could be gone.
Thank you.
Okay, this was advertised for public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. As our former commissioner, Stephen Quinn, once said, all in unison, there is nothing so permanent as a temporary structure. Thank you.
Anybody else? And in some ways, if I had my choice of which building to work out of, I'd prefer to work out of the trailers as opposed to the 46-year-old structure that is our anchor building on the property.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner.
If you think it's a temporary thing, I think it's something that, I certainly could live with. you had mentioned 2 years, and I had originally thought perhaps 3, but the condition, if the board would agree to the application, it requires the installation of one 24-inch box mesquite tree planted within the perimeter landscape buffer adjacent to Lamb Boulevard to replace the removed tree.
I had a tree that had died in there, and rather than have a dead snag in the middle of it, I had it removed. Yes, we're willing to, we are willing to comply with
Because I'm assuming that you want to develop the site, and that you indicate that the International may be selling an adjacent parcel, and that would provide...
No, the piece of land that this is out, that where we'll be moving to will be out of the city into Clark County, south of...
Then I changed my whole mind.
You had me until then. You know? I mean,
you're moving to the county?
I told you I have to say that.
Jeez.
Well, look, I mean, it's reality. It's reality. They want to build a state-of-the-art immediately next door to the state-of-the-art training facility.
Okay.
And
well, unless there's a disagreement amongst the board, as long as you believe it to be a temporary situation, my motion would be to approve the site development review with the understanding that I think it's I would willing to offer a 3-year period of review. Is that?
And Jim Sala, Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, 501 North Lamb. 3 years would be very generous and probably would prevent us from having to come back before the commission, and we would be willing to comply with the recommendations of staff as well.
Okay, then my motion would be for approval with the revision to condition number 1 that the permitting be allowed for 3 years. Okay.
There's a motion. Any other comments? I do have a question. The facility that you're talking about, you have an existing facility in the county currently?
The Carpenters International, our parent organization that's based out of D.C., we call it International West, is based right off of Gillespie, right near the 215. That's about 140,000 square foot facility of training and dorm housing for people that come in from all over the country that get trained at that facility. And so since we like to be near the interstate, as Dan had mentioned, they would like to sell us that piece of property that's just to the east of it, right across the, can't remember that little cut-through road that's on the back side.
Placid is
Placid. And
the actual address is 6801 Placid, I believe.
Right. And so that's where we would end up building probably about 100,000 square foot facility that would house our apprenticeship and training as well as all our council offices, and replace those trailers, the old building, and the apprenticeship around the corner on Bonanza as well.
Okay. And I like your union, I like what you do, but I want to tell you, my belief is your apprentice program serves a demographic which is in the city of Las Vegas, young people, getting them into the trades. And there's always been the facility there. It's been successful for over 40-some years. The modular trailers don't mean anything as much as I think it's important for your union to keep your presence in that area where a good share of your apprentice workers are going to come from. They aren't coming in on a Boeing 747.
Yeah.
They aren't driving a Cadillac down the freeway. They're living in those neighborhoods, and that's, to me, that's where the facility should be. And that's just a personal comment, because I think the city spends a lot of dollars recruiting business and having the unions where they are. So we've always been over backwards to do things that are right for the union, and I think the union should be in the center of the city where it serves the community and the members. But that that's a personal comment, and that has nothing to do with
No, look,
your
I feel
trailers.
I feel a lot of sadness about leaving the facility at 501 Northland myself, having spent my entire career working out of that building, definitely.
Okay. There's a motion. If you don't have any other questions, please go to the vote. And that is approved, and that is final action in the absence of an appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 29, SDR 40146, applicant Smith Center, owner City of Las Vegas, for a proposed 5-level, 335-space parking garage with waivers of the Symphony Park parking structure design standards, build-to line standard, required retail frontage standard, and streetscape standards at the northwest or northeast corner of Clark and Promenade Place.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, as you'll note from our staff report, staff and both the Symphony Park Design Review Committee have recommended denial of this project, primarily because of the number of waivers that are being requested by the applicant. However, let me simplify the waivers that are requested so that you understand the merits of the application. Basically, we can categorize the waivers into 4 different categories. Number 1 is relative to the fact that the structure does not have a retail use on the ground floor facing Promenade Place, which is something that's required by the design standards for Symphony Park. Number 2 is relative to the architecture and aesthetics of the parking structure. The third is relative to the build-to line, and let me just make a comment that based on the nature of the property and the configuration of a parking structure, it's a standard that they just basically could not meet. And then the 4th category of waiver that is being requested is relative to the landscaping requirements, which is something the applicant can easily correct on their proposed application. Coming right down to what is really the heart of the matter, I think the concern of both the Design Review Committee and staff is relative to the aesthetics of the parking structure itself. While the applicant has done a good job on the Promenade Place facade in terms of adding decorative elements and trying to address the pedestrian level of the structure and giving it some life, there is concern relative to the Clark Avenue elevation. The applicant met with the mayor and the city manager's office on Tuesday of this week. They discussed some possible additions to the Clark Avenue facade, which we feel would go a long way towards addressing some of the concerns about the aesthetics of the structure. However, I'll let the applicant continue that discussion with you. Again, just to reiterate, it's the number of waivers being requested that is the basis for the denial by staff and the Design Review Committee. However, staff is obviously supportive of the Smith Center and the Children's Museum and do wish to see this redevelopment project go forward.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Myron Martin, 241 West Charleston. And I'm here to first say that the Smith Center is on time and on budget. We're very, very pleased with the work that you all have helped us get to. And the addition of the Discovery Children's Museum means an awful lot, not only for our block, but for our downtown. So tonight we're talking about the parking garage that will serve the Children's Museum during the day and our patrons at the Smith Center at night. And because of that, I'm joined today by a number of the board members and staff of the Discovery Museum, Discovery Children's Museum, as well as some of our Smith Center team as well. Thanks, Mr. Fagg, for putting everything into those 4 categories. The truth is we've been working very hard with the Mayor's Office and Office of Business Development as well as the City Manager to make sure that the elevations that they are after, the aesthetic that they're after, particularly in West Clark, will be achieved. And we're working as we speak on these elevations so that we'll have something we'll all be proud of in a parking garage. At the end of the day, we believe we're going to have a less than 400 space parking garage that will serve us very well and also be very, very handsome. So today we're asking that you give us your support, and we are prepared to accept all conditions.
Thank you. This was advertised a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close public hearing. Commissioner's comment. Commissioner Trowbridge.
We can talk all we want in praise of the project, but if there's no comments to be made, I would defer to Commissioner Evans. It's in his district to make the motion.
Actually, it's in Ward 5, but I'd be more than pleased to. I would like to approve this. My motion would be for approval, subject to the conditions that Mr. Martin has graciously agreed to, and without belaboring the matter, we can't wait for that facility to open, and motion would be for approval.
Thank you.
There's a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved. And while it was the desire to try and make this final action because of some technical things in the thing, this will go on to City Council on January 5th, which is the soonest possible date. And again, it's a great project. We can't wait, and look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you all.
All righty. Okay. Item 30 was held. Item 31, TXT 40266, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Discussion possible action to amend Title 19.00.060, Paren D, regarding computation of time.
Mr. Chairman, beginning in January of 2011, the City of Las Vegas will be transitioning to a 4-day work week for all but essential functions, with office closed to the public on Fridays. As a result, Fridays may no longer be considered for purposes of computation of time for certain actions to occur. The proposed change will have the effect of excluding Fridays, but will also exclude other days that city offices may be closed due to unforeseen events such as inclement weather. It will also allow for the future transition back to a full 5-day work week without the need to further amend this section of Title 19.
All right. This was advertised public hearing. If you wish to speak on this item. Seeing no one, close public hearing. Commissioners, comments? Motion? Commissioner
Make a motion regarding item number 31, text amendment 40-266. Make a motion for approval.
Okay, there's a motion for approval on item 31. Please cast your vote. And that is approved, and that will go on to City Council in ordinance form.
There we go.
Item 32, TXT 40334, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Discussion of possible action to amend Title 19.06, 19.14, and Title 19.20 to define installation maintenance standards for limited building wrap signage and to establish associated overlay district modification and residential protection requirements.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, as you'll recall, last month we had a text amendment before you for building wrap signage. Based on the input that we received from you all as the Planning Commission and also from a subsequent meeting with members of the billboard industry, we're proposing a new text amendment before you this evening to address building wrap signage. And if you'll permit me, let me just discuss the differences between the text amendment that you saw last month and what we are proposing this evening. First of all, relative to general standards, we've added a purpose statement relative to building wrap signage, that it is to convey a single product or idea, and that the signage is to be integrated with the architectural features of the building to which it is attached. In terms of the minimum threshold requirements, number of stories and square footage, we are not proposing any changes there. In terms of where the building wrap signage would be located within the city, we are making a change that it would be limited to the boundaries of the Downtown Centennial Plan only. In terms of the exclusions, there is no change there. Moving on to the next slide, relative to the number of signs that would be permitted per parcel, we have reduced that number from 4 maximum that we discussed last month to a maximum of 3. We have made a minor modification to the projection that they would be able to project up to 5 feet from the face of the building. No changes to the other dimensional requirements as proposed. In terms of illumination, we have eliminated the ability to have internal illumination, and what we've added is some language that prevents spillover onto adjacent properties or onto adjacent buildings, and also that the illumination used must be shielded. In terms of orientation, we've added some language that building wrap signage cannot be oriented towards Las Vegas Boulevard within the Scenic Byway Overlay District. We have some rather important standards that we need to uphold as it is a federal designation on the Scenic Byway, and so we've added that language there. Also language that it cannot be oriented towards residential districts in order to preserve that concern that you all had brought up last month. There was also concern relative to maintenance of the signs, and so we've added some language that any faded, torn, ripped signs must be either removed or replaced, and so hopefully that will address that concern. And then we've also added another thing relative to the approval of building wrap signage. Before, we had only stated that they needed to go before the Downtown Design Review Committee when they were in overlay districts. What we have added is a requirement that all building wrap signage would need to submit a master sign plan that would then come to the Planning Commission for review in a public hearing. That way the Planning Commission would be able to review how the building wrap signage fits in with any additional signage on the property or on the buildings, and will be able to give some aesthetic review of the signage as proposed on the buildings. And then relative to the off-premise messages, in addition to the other approvals that would be required for a master sign plan, if there were any proposal for off-premise messages, they would require a special use permit to go through the public hearing process. There is one condition or one element that I would like to add that was not in your packet. One of the concerns that was brought up at your meeting last month was the ability to have building wrap signage on buildings that aren't occupied. And so I've given you a handout and also submitted to the clerk that we add language to what is being proposed this evening, that building wrap signage only be permitted on occupied buildings or on buildings where there is an active building permit for tenant improvements. And so that should help to alleviate the concerns that you all had about having building wrap signage on buildings that aren't currently occupied. That concludes my presentation to you, and I'll go ahead and take your questions at this time.
Okay, this was advertised public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. I got two questions. Would the project on World Market Center, would that comply with what this is proposed? That's the question number one. Question number two is that about a year ago, down at the Fifth Street School, they had an arts deal where they projected art onto a building. I don't know. By the old arc lights and stuff like that, which was a pretty nice idea. And I just wondered, would that be against the law in something like this?
Mr. Chairman, through you, if I may respond. Number one, relative to the question about the signage that was approved tonight for the World Market Center, based on the proposal that you have before you, the World Market Center would not conform to these standards. There's basically two issues that come into play. Number one is the number of signs that were proposed for the World Market Center. They'd have to reduce that number. And then secondly, I believe in one of the illustrations provided by the applicant, they have two building wrap signs on the western faces of the building, and they would be limited to just one building wrap sign per building face. And so there's a couple of instances there where they would not comply with what is being proposed in this text amendment. And then secondly, relative to the question about being able to project art on buildings, no, this would not impact that ability.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak?
Good evening. Scott Adams, the Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer with the City Manager's Office. I'm here to address this at a couple levels. First, to indicate that this text amendment is very much supported by the City Manager's Office. In fact, we've asked that it be brought back to the Planning Commission and put on this evening's agenda, so we hope that it can come out of the Planning Commission and go directly to the City Council with some haste, because of the importance of this text amendment to the ability for a couple of our major projects downtown to use it as a new tool in their financing of their redevelopments. Two big projects that we've been involved in lately. In fact, one of them since the very beginning, the Lady Luck, and then most recently the Zappos project, have all looked at the revenue stream that might come from this new tool to be very important to the bottom line of those two projects. We've had in our Lady Luck agreement for quite some time now a best efforts commitment on our part as a city to explore the opportunity to build this kind of a new district that would allow this to happen. So that's why I'm here. I wanted you to know that it's coming from us, and number two, it does have our support, and it's something that's very important to the redevelopment of downtown. With that, we recognize it may have still some issues, and our hope is between the time it leaves the Planning Commission and the time it finally gets taken up at City Council, we hope to have those issues tweaked out. But we're trying to keep it on a schedule that meets some critical timing that we're working on with actually both of those projects. So I wanted you to be aware of that and understand. I'll just, I just thought maybe what I'd do is show a picture if I could. And a lot of folks there's been a lot of talk about what RAPs are, and I just captured this actually off of an online photo, but it was a project we visited several years ago over in Hollywood, and this was one that the CIM group did, and they're one of the partners in the Lady Luck project. And it shows a RAP on the Hollywood and Highlands project, and it shows an example of actually a combination of both on and off-premise RAP signage. It's not illuminated other than external illumination. It's a RAP. And as you can see, there's a Gap store in the building, so there's a Gap sign on it, and that's on-premise. And then there's another sign that's, I think, a fairly tasteful example of off-premise signage. This is really the vision, or sort of the goal in terms of where we're headed with this. And ultimately, this is what we'd like to see, and hopefully, with your support and as we tweak this as it goes down the road, we're going to be able to get there. So, another example, and I think you talked about it, is on the Strip. This is an example of on-premise. This is the Rio, and clearly that's on-premise because that's something that actually takes place in the Rio. But this is, I think, indicative of what we were trying to accomplish, the vision, and sometimes the process of downtown redevelopment is not an easy thing. It's a difficult road, and sometimes the steps in terms of getting there are ones that, while difficult, are important, and at the end of the day, get us where we need to in terms of what we're trying to get done.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to make a comment? Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing Clear Channel Outdoor. We're opposed to the ordinance in its current form. Specifically, we have opposition to Section 3, which would be the amendment to Title 1914-100, subsection C, in that it prohibits prohibits off-premise signage where there's a building wrap in place. As you can see from the examples that Mr. Adams just presented, it's essentially a new type of medium, distinguishable and distinct from traditional billboard advertising. So because of the significance of the revenue stream that Mr. Adams mentioned, it creates a significant disincentive for landowners to maintain existing off-premise advertising, which would impact businesses such as Clear Channel. So for that reason, we strongly oppose subsection 3. We don't think it's necessary, and it is inconsistent because we're talking about two different kinds of media. And at that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Larson, one question. If you look at an example of this type of medium in Times Square, a lot of off-premise, a lot of kinetic signs, a lot of different things. Most of those signs are owned, operated, subleased by the same sign companies you're talking about, and they participate in those revenues. So why would you object to this, other than we've tried to clear it up a little bit by having
I want to
50-year-old
focus.
billboard taken down, so...
Yeah, I want to focus my opposition just on subsection 3. As you can tell, especially in the one example that Mr. Adams gave, he had a building wrap with on-premise signage and a building wrap with off-premise signage. Under this ordinance, that wouldn't be allowed. In addition, it creates an incentive for the landowner to get rid of all off-premise signage, including billboards. So it just seems unnecessary, and to the extent that it impacts traditional billboard advertising, we don't think it's necessary, because there are definitely distinguishing characteristics between building wrap and traditional billboard advertising. I think you can consider them distinct media, that they're not the same thing. And the examples that Mr. Adams presented to you clearly show that. So we just think that we don't see that section 3, which is the amendment to 1914-100 subsection C, really advances any interest here, and I don't think it hurts any of the goals that Mr. Adams had articulated as the intent of this text amendment. And so we'd like to see that deleted, if possible.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Russell Rowe, 10100 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 200. I'm here tonight on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation. As you know, Boyd has 3 properties downtown, a little over 2,000 employees, been down here for decades. They're not new to downtown. They've invested in downtown, and they care greatly about what the future of downtown is. And we're uncomfortable being in any position where we appear to be obstructionists to moving downtown forward. And we're just not sure exactly what this ordinance will result in. We're uncomfortable with the concept of off-premise signage. If we were thinking of our bottom line, hey, we'd be for it. Clearly, they could do well putting off-premise signage on their buildings. That's not the question. The question is, what are we creating downtown long-term for the companies that have been down there for a long time? So we are not comfortable with off-premise signage. We would very much like to continue working with the city, and staff has been very gracious, Flynn in particular, very accessible to us, and we appreciate that. We'd like to work with you guys on how to move this forward appropriately, particularly with respect to off-premise signage. A couple other comments on the draft. There's a provision in there saying if there's a billboard on your property, you can't have a building wrap on your building. Even an on-premise messaged building wrap, which makes no sense because separation requirements between billboards have nothing to do with on-premise messaging. So I'm not sure why, if a billboard is on your property, you'd be prohibited from having a building wrap that has on-premise messaging. That's a concern. The occupied buildings language still is a bit of a concern. I think we need to look at that a little more closely. We do have a concern about having vacant buildings becoming large billboards and disincentivizing folks to actually move forward with their projects and get them open. The previous language of having, Flynn, help me here, an active building permit or business license, I believe, was the original language, which didn't quite cover the instance. You could have an active business license, not necessarily have a occupied building. In occupied building language, you could just have storage in your building, and it qualifies as occupied. So there's some concerns there about actually making sure there's a going concern in the building to move forward with a building wrap. The projection issue, and staff has been very gracious in listening to our concerns on that. The Fremont Hotel, for example, already has architectural projections on there. Staff has increased the maximum amount of projection to 5 feet. I believe that'll work for the Fremont. We just haven't been able to confirm that yet. A time limit. The only time limit discussed in this ordinance is if you do apply a time limit, it's a minimum of 3 years. Part of our concern, again, is not sure about what we're creating downtown, and particularly with off-premise signage, creating entitlements that are going to be very difficult for you to backpedal on. Time limits may be something that we should be thinking about, particularly when we're taking a step that could drastically change the character of downtown. Maybe these ought to be temporary for a while until we see how they go. Final point is on illumination. I couldn't really tell from the ordinance draft whether or not neon electronic signage is prohibited or not. I know previous drafts it was clearly prohibited. In the current draft, it seems like it's exempt from the requirement that 75% of signage be neon or illuminated in the casino overlay district. It doesn't necessarily prohibit electronic messaging on a building wrap. So I guess that's more of a question.
I believe the 75% issue is in the scenic byway area, not the casino overlay area, right?
Mr. Chairman, through you again. Because of its very nature, obviously, building wrap signage would be exempt from the requirement to be either animated or 75% neon. In terms of the definition of building wrap signage, it specifically by its definition is either a vinyl or an adhesive sign. It does not expand to include any type of LED signage. So consequently, any proposed LED signage would have to conform with the city's existing sign code and would not be allowed under the building wrap signage as proposed.
Okay. Thank you, Flynn. Commissioners, those are our concerns as we stand here today. Again, we do not want to obstruct the development of downtown at all. We want to see everybody grow and flourish, and frankly, I think, and Boyd Gaming believes, the steps that current administration and council and this commission and our redevelopment agency and planning staffs have taken over the years has been tremendous, and we're on the cusp of really turning downtown into something great. We're just a little concerned about the steps we're taking with this ordinance and long term what it's going to mean for downtown. We'd like to have a more comfort with respect to that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing no one, a closed public hearing. Commissioner comments. Commissioner Trowbridge?
Yes, while I haven't been an active participant in the development of this proposal, I do understand that staff has been working diligently on this for many months now, and that staff has worked with not only the property owners but also the industry to try to come up with what they feel is a workable proposal that addresses all the issues. I can tell by the comments made by Mr. Larson and Mr. Rowe that there's still some concerns. I don't know what we can do now to fix those lingering concerns or the legitimacy of those concerns, because they were all presented with, well, what if? Well, we don't know. So we don't know whether it's going to be a big issue or not. However, one thought that Mr. Rowe made that I think has merit, and that is that this is a significant undertaking. And I'll just throw it out there for discussion. I think that something that is so new to us and its potential impact on the downtown area, that maybe we would want to give it a trial period for a couple of years. I don't know. How would, tell me the pros and cons, please, if you would, Flynn.
I'm not necessarily certain that you can amend your zoning code for a certain period of time and have it expire. However, with the provision that a master sign plan is required for building wrap signage, I believe you might have the ability to have a review period available for master sign plan applications, so that each application could be reviewed in a period of what is established, 6 months, a year, et cetera. So that way you have the ability to see how that building wrap signage functions on that particular property, the maintenance of it, and be able to bring that back before the Planning Commission if you feel that it in some way violates the spirit of the ordinance or is inappropriate.
Can we legitimately address the appearance package?
I
know we can't address content, but
you cannot address content, but you can address aesthetics as part of the master sign plan application.
Now, does anybody have an idea as to how long one of these building wraps would last? I mean, the durability of them? I mean, I imagine they're expensive, and if they're expensive, they ought to last for some period of time. But if they're...
It depends on which type of building wrap that they use. Again, there's two primary different types. If you look at the Beatles Love on the side of the Mirage, that is an adhesive wrap, and that has been up there for, I believe, a period of 5 years. I don't know that it's required any maintenance during that time period. So some of the product is quite durable, but again, we do have the maintenance requirements written in the proposal before you this evening that does require them to maintain the signs.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn? Or did you have no other comments? I want to thank everybody that's been working, the industry that's been working with Flynn and staff. This is a tough ordinance. I mean, there is a ton of unknowns that the best plan we have may not prove to be the best solution we have. But it is, at least from what I've reviewed, a type of medium that is very much used in this valley, in the municipalities. We've tried to work through this and limit it to certain building scale, as everybody would see. I understand Mr. Rowe's concern on behalf of his clients. I doubt you'll see a 10-story building used as storage, but like too many properties in the valley here, it would be a disaster if we wound up with a billboard that's more valuable than developing the property on the tax rolls and improving and landscaping. Like I'm sure Mr. Larson the client has a few of those properties that the property is just sitting there fallow with the joy of having a board on it. So we've tried to address all of these things, and it's not going to be perfect. I think this is a work in progress, and hopefully the people at the staff level, this commission, the council, and the community stay diligent on this and not let this float down the road like some of the other sign ordinances that suddenly we changed a word here and suddenly we don't know what we have to control. So I think what's before us is appropriate. I can't tell you we could study it for another 5 years and probably always find a reason not to make sense of it. But I think it's limited by the number of buildings that actually can be utilized on, the area can be utilized, the residential impacts, and if it becomes a big mistake, hopefully our council has the backbone to say, hey, we made a mistake, let's get rid of it. So with that, do we have a motion with regards to this? Motion?
I'll make the motion then. I'm told that a site development review on a master plan is SUP can be required, and if we get to the point where we're concerned, we can go that route. But in regards to item number 32, text amendment 4334, make a recommendation for approval.
There is a motion for approval.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
yes.
would that motion also include the additional text relative to occupied buildings that was circulated?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So the motion is for approval with the amended text. Any other comments, commissioners? Questions? Please cast your vote. And that is approved. That will go on to City Council in ordinance form, and as in all ordinances, I know staff will continue to work with the industry and stakeholders to address concerns. So now we come to that portion of the meeting, citizens' participation. Citizen participation is public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion may be limited and may be limited on the amount of discussion. So.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This is for Margot. The auditorium will seem much emptier without you, even if the seats are filled. The warm enthusiasm which you brought into the room gave it life. The passion which you brought into the city, combined with vision and direction, made things happen. Your management policies have left your department with a wonderful and efficient staff to carry on after you've gone, but still, we will miss you very, very much. Wherever I go, whenever I'm out on our wonderful trail system or the beautiful tree-lined streets which have made Las Vegas an arbor city, you will be in my thoughts and in my heart. Todd for the peanut section.
Thank you very much, sir. Oh, and that's always his job. That's always his job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, Sam Dunham. Following Todd, so eloquently speaking for the very first time is going to be hard to do, but you embraced me back in, what, 05, something like that? It was a long time ago, and made me feel part of the group. And I just wanted to come down and say thank you, and I will always appreciate your dedication, your hard work, and your intelligence, and I'll always remember that. And Southern California is going to be, they're very fortunate to get you, and the city of Las Vegas is very unfortunate for losing you. So Godspeed, and it was nice knowing you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn, did you?
Me?
Oh.
No, I won't cry. Coming here as the mom without the big degree behind my name, and the embrace that Margot gave me was one that's going to last me a lifetime, because it's called, Margot taught me that I have self-worth and I have something to give to the community, not just to my family, and that I'm a bigger and greater for knowing you, because you reminded me so. And I really feel sad you're leaving, but I'm happy for all the animals and all the lives you're going to touch where you go. And there's not a doubt in my mind that we'll be friends forever. And I thank you for, most importantly, giving me my greatest gift, which is the gift of self-worth. Thank you, Margot.
Any other comments? We do appreciate all that you've done for us, and I'll give you a minute.
This is my 3 minutes, but I won't take all 3.
Put the light on.
Yeah, you can time me. In the city of Las Vegas, I've attended every planning commission for the last 9 years, and have been pleased to have been the secretary, your secretary, for 6 of those. I have enjoyed every minute and felt honored to have worked with every individual appointed by the City Council to this body. Past commissioners, Buckley and Dunham, Galati, Quinn, and Steinman, notably, were excellent commissioners and remain actively involved in the community. The current commissioners, Quinn and Trowbridge and Flangus and Moody, are outstanding in their work. Commissioner Goins, Vice Chair Evans, and Chairman Truesdale have served the entire decade that I have been here and more. They have provided exemplary leadership to me and to the city, and all of you have brought planning to its highest professional level in this city. We have recently noted that we have shared 8,957 agenda items before this evening, and this is our 286th meeting that we have shared. Together, we have earned 14 DeBoer Awards of the Nevada American Planning Association, 6 Western Planner Awards, and the designation of John S. Park Historic District as an APA National Great Neighborhood. We have put the city of Las Vegas on the map. We hosted the largest APA National Conference ever in 2008 when the City of Las Vegas Planning Commission hosted a mock Planning Commission meeting that was so well received that it is now regularly replicated at national conferences. I have often said that some persons have a job, others a career, and still others have a calling. That is how I view my position. I love this profession. My work here has been a tremendous joy and honor. But truthfully, the most gratifying and enjoyable part of my work is with the Planning Commission, where I get to work with the most knowledgeable, committed, and creative individuals in the community dedicated to the same planning principles that I hold dear. Thank you for sharing your talents with me over these years. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. The meeting's adjourned.
Wait, we are adjourned
Hold on.
to Tuesday.
We missed something.
To Tuesday, January 25th. This is a new meeting date, as the Planning Commission will no longer be held on Thursdays, but rather on Tuesdays. In January of 2011, it will be the fourth Tuesday, January 25th, and thereafter it will be the second Tuesday, beginning February 8th, and the second Tuesday for the remainder of the year.